circumstances, baby. No, God is always there for me. Yeah, through the sunshine or through the rain, through the pleasure or through the pain, God is always there for me. So I met this old man. He was so poor, didn't hold a bed, so we slept on the floor. He's always smiling, never heard him complain. He said that proving God again and again. So no matter what the circumstances may be, God is always there for me. Yeah. Through the sunshine or through the rain, through the pleasure or through the pain, God is always there for me. No matter what the circumstances may be, yeah, God is always there for me. Yeah. Through the good times or through the bad, through the happy times or through the sad, God is always there for me. The landlord weighs the rent, school fee too, partner drop bones, and the youth them need you. Friends all ask me what I'm gonna do. I smile and tell them that God will see me through. No matter what the circumstances may be, yeah, God is always there for me. Yeah, through the sunshine or through the rain, through the pleasure or through the pain, God is always there for me. So no matter what the circumstances may be, God is always there for me. Yeah, through the good times or through the bad, through the happy times or through the sad, God is always there for me. I met this old man. He was so poor, he didn't hold a bed, so we slept on the floor. He's always smiling, I never heard him complain. He said I've proven God again and again. So no matter what the circumstances may be, God is always there for me. Yeah. Through the sunshine or through the rain, through the pleasure or through the pain, God is always there for me. No matter what the circumstances may be, no, God is always there for me. Yeah. Through the good times or through the bad, through the happy times or through the bad. Separate me from God. Love my Jesus, nothing will be able to turn me away from you. I love you, Father. Anyhow, the afflictions of the righteous, the hearts of men getting more and more vicious. Brutality is on the increase. Tell me, when the love of God sees no power on earth to separate me from God. Love my Jesus, nothing will be able to turn away from you. I love you, Father. This level of crime, only love can eradicate. We must demand justice from the church and the state, and confess to God all our evil ways, and He will give us so much better days when we show love to each and every brother. Love will return to protect mother, daughter, sister. Let's hope in our heart to those who are in need, who never receive love. Come, let's sow some seed. No power on earth to separate me from love. Love my Jesus, nothing will be able to turn me away from you. I love you, Heavenly Father. No power on earth to separate me from love. I love you, my Jesus. Nothing will be able to turn me away from you. No, 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 no power on earth to separate me from you. No power, no, oh no, nothing will be able to turn me away from you. No, no, no power. There's not a broken vessel that God can't make. The thief was down to his last breath, hanging there and can't wait. When he turned to the master and said, Lord have mercy on me, he was just a broken vessel. Then Jesus washed away his sins, 'cause there's none a broken vessel that God can make. Oh, there's none a broken vessel God can't make. Yeah. When the whole world turns its back on you, Jesus will be your friend. He will pick up all the pieces, time and time again, 'cause there's not a broken vessel that God can't make. Lord Almighty, Jesus sees the potter, and we are just the clay. And even when the vessel is broken, He won't throw the clay away. Bring Him all of your borders, your troubles and your sins, 'cause there's not a broken vessel Almighty God can make. Yeah, yeah. There's not a broken vessel that God can make. Yeah, yeah. When the whole world turns its back on you, Jesus will always be your friend. He will pick up all the pieces, time and time again, broken vessel that God can fade. Yeah. When the whole world turns back on you, Jesus will always be your friend. He will pick up all the pieces, time and time again. God, there's not a broken vessel God can mend. This whole sinful world, only a comfort I can afford, striving alone.
Good afternoon to all my listeners and viewers. Welcome to Rebel Radio. First working day for us on the week. And you know, at Rebel Radio, we are preoccupied with post-hurricane restoration and so many things happening around us. You know, the crime situation, yes, police killings is on the radar. And you know, one of the question that we are asking, what is the connection? Is there a connection between the reduction in murders last year and the police killings? You know, over 311 were killed. So far, 47 for the year. We are the second month of the year. We are going to start today's show by, talking about a killing. Yes, one police killing there in Harnett Gardens over the weekend. And that of a former Harnett Gardens star footballer, 55-year-old Lucian Anderson. Now, one of the things that is uncommon in Jamaica, and I don't know if it is changed, but based on my experience, you don't usually have 55-year-old gunmen in Jamaica. No, that's not a common feature of Jamaica's gun crime at all. So this is very, very unusual, and the police say that this 55-year-old ex-footballer was in a confrontation with them, and when he was shot and a gun was taken from him. Now, this is very, very interesting. I have with me to talk about this killing, as a question of football. We're talking about a former star coach, Oliver Clew. Because Oliver entered the politics, sometimes we forget. I know younger Jamaicans might not know that Oliver Clew was one of the star football coaches in the country, and also a businessman, Mr. Trout, who knows Lucian very much. As a matter of fact, I think they grew up together. They know each other. And, we want to share experiences. Gentlemen, good afternoon with you. Welcome to Rebel Radio.
Good afternoon,
yes.
Sir Richard. I'm presently on 10th Street in Arnett Garden.
Yes.
I'm coming from the school, Charlie Simmet. Great institution. Lucian Anderson represent that school in 1987, 88, and 89.
Yes.
And he was one of our outstanding players.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. And you knew him well, Oliver.
Lucian is someone I knew very, very well.
Yes.
I recall in 1987 when I decided that I have to give Charlie Stimmett the support because I watched the team in 1987 and they were not well technically prepared and all of that. So I walked in the change room and I applied for the job at the end of a game. I end up at Charlie Stimmett. Charlie Stimmett was voted the most indisciplined schoolboy team in 1987. I took over and I ensured that I instilled discipline. And thanks be to God, with the help of Byron, Earl, Lucian, Anderson, Charlie Stimmett voted in 1988 to be the most disciplined schoolboy team when Mr. Freddie Gray made that announcement in front of us. Yes. I jumped for joy. Yes. Not the Manning Cup, not the Oliver Shield, not the Northern Ford Cup, but the most disciplined schoolboy team.
Yes.
Yes, my brother.
Yes, sir, yes. Boy, I can tell you. Mr. Choate, what do you remember about Lucian?
It's surprising that you mentioned Oliver too, Because Oliver too, so much know me very well, How you did, Mr. Choate?
I grew too well, my brother. And it's sad to meet again.
You know what you're talking about.
Occasion of this.
I mean, I still have a big smile to my face, noting the circumstances. But when I mention discipline, Lucian was the epitome of it, I don't know, you say you came there and he became one of the leaders because I spoke to Byron on Sunday, he's in Florida at this moment.
At this moment, yeah.
Yeah, and, Lucian carried himself in such a disciplined way. Yeah. We are the same age. I mean, when I'm alone, he came to my shop in Crossroads. Yeah. Yes, on Saturday evening he came and we were talking and, we're making plans because I was saying we need to honor like you footballers, we need some kind of man. From a long time we have been talking about it. Sorry about that, little sound in the background. We have been talking about this for a good while, and it never came to fruition, but I'm more resolved to make sure it happens since it has passed. But one of the things I want to say about our police force, and I'm just in all police officers, so I'm commissioner right now. I went to Woolmer's while Lucian went to Charlie Smith. I could have been considered a very good student academically, not on the football field. I was on my school challenge 16. And, we did our thing. So I went to Woolmer's and Lucian went to Charles Smith. And there was a mutual respect from them time up to now.
Yeah.
I know my footballers at Woolmer's, including, Dyke was one of them, who was a star baller. Yeah. What's scared of Charles Smith? Yeah. Scared of Charles Smith. I remember the days. But back to the thing about the police force. So. From the commissioner right now to the constable, I march out do not like criminal elements. I do not support them in any way, shape or form. But what is even worse, I do not support road cops or their enablers or a system of policing that cause them to obtain. That is even worse. And if the commissioner with a PhD don't understand that, then he understands nothing. Because when I came on the crime scene, are you hearing me?
Yeah? Yes, we are hearing you.
When I came on the crime scene yesterday, and in speaking with some of the residents and Indecom, there were grave concerns about how they accosted Lucian and carried him into a room. Yeah? Yeah? That was where the firing took place. Yeah? In a room. Now, the commissioner needs to answer these questions. Yes, I know him rubbing him, brushing him shoulders about reducing crime, and I applaud the police force for that. But I will not applaud a commissioner of police force that goes around and have its members, and I'm saying we condone it or encourage it or do anything about it. But by virtue of not putting systems in place, as I know how systems go and how systems are put in place, to make sure that you weed out officers in the potential and their enablers. I want to ask the Commissioner how regular are lie detector tests done for every member of the police force? That's a question I'd like to know. In terms of the control of crime scenes, how long does it take for Indecom to reach there? We hear the long argument about body cams. We know why, in this Lucian case, why body cams, the police don't want body cams.
Yes.
I have spoken to a few officers in the police force who I know because I run a locksmith company and I do work for high and low in this country. And a lot of them are not pleased. You understand me? Mm-hmm. And there are various suspicions in our minds of how Lucian demise came about. And it was not normal policing.
So, based on your investigation, Mr. Chout, you are saying that Lucian was killed in a room?
In a room. It was my information, and I'm hoping Indecom investigator who I spoke to yesterday will attest to this, was that he was accosted in the yard, about either entering or going into the yard. No.
And this is broad daylight.
Right. Rules of engagement. Rules of engagement. I'm certain all police officers should know this. Once you apprehend what you think is a suspect, you make sure you contain him, search him, and if you have to search a building, you're going to make sure you contain him enough so that he can't reach my weapon, because your aim is also to protect that person that you are apprehending of.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. So remember the fact that they apprehended him, it was their responsibility then to protect him.
Yes.
Doing this, whatever them can do and searching.
While protecting themselves.
While protecting themselves, and I expect them to do from natural training and human instinct.
Yes.
But from you are trained to restrict somebody and you apprehend them, they shouldn't be able to, according to them, get a firearm.
Boy, I don't understand that.
And it's around over 10 officers.
Huh? Over 10?
Not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5.
So they need to explain these things, and I've spoken to the Member of Parliament about reform, because the police from now on needs to be under serious scrutiny. The reform must be nice. We don't want to hear no long talking from nobody about body cams anymore, because they could have easily killed me in the same way if I was living at 6.5 John Street, where I born and grew from this time now. I remember when I was 18 years old, police came into my yard, talked me in my face, asked me where the ganja, they know this guy, you tell me I smoke ganja from the morning.
Yes.
And the police approached me. You understand me? Because that is how they approach people in the inner city.
Yes.
Now, a number of things come to my mind, in terms of initiative that I can do. Because you see, for most of my life I've been kind of disappointed in politicians. And things, I might get a little money in my pocket and I can juggle a few things in terms of putting things in place. I was talking to them about sitting up on what is called an inner city eye. They have this Jamaica eye, but there's no inner city eye. We need cameras, because right now, in the committee saying that them government who are gunshot and spin shell and blah blah blah. So the source information that Indecom needs is going to be a debate between what the person said and what the police force reported.
Yes.
Now there's a technology called Shot Spotter. The commissioner knows about it because he claims to be a technology man. We need those from a long time in the city, because he can identify when gunshots are where they are fired, including police or criminal elements.
Yes.
Why is Shot Spotter not around, Commissioner? Dr. whatever Blake you might name. You understand me? We need those to be in place. And it's still against this backdrop that crime is down enough.
Yes.
And I won't dispute the figures that they are saying. But you can't shoot after 2 gunmen while 2 little old lady and her son walking down the road. Because that's how I juxtapose what they are doing now.
Yes. So what the police now, the police account is saying that Anderson fired at them. That is what they are saying.
That is what, you know, that is what the official wording or a court is always going to be. Yeah. It's almost like a written form that you sign up when you go for any job. The form you must say these things.
Yes.
It's almost a nursery right now.
Yes. And gentlemen, you know something that is not common in Jamaica, and this is for a long time. I don't know if this has changed, but we don't have 55-year-old gunmen in Jamaica. That is not the age.
Sir, let's tell you something.
Yes.
And I'm listening to my dear brother. The man was murdered by a set of criminals. Oliver Cruz saying that now.
Yes.
And I'm saying that too.
The man was murdered by a set of criminals. And I'm by calling him Mr. Faulkner. Because Mr. Faulkner no Lucian very well. He sat on our bench 88. He sat on our bench 89 with Gregory Hamilton. So I want to hear what he's now going to come out and say.
Yes.
In addition to that, you know, I'm being told by the superintendent who happened up on the scene and who also knew Lucian. Yes. I think the superintendent Walcott, that's all.
Yes.
I stand corrected on the name. He also knew Lucian. And he said to us that the men who came were not from that police precinct. Now we understand, you know, that the commissioner and his team have a right to send teams to areas where they see where they think crime is there, and they might think a local precinct is compromised and all that kind of thing there.
Yes.
When I think the people are saying they don't feel the IDs and these police, I understand they want to cover their faces. But what about the numbers and their badges?
No, it's a special squad of police.
It does not matter. It does not matter.
Yeah, they're supposed to be identified.
Because they can easily be any gunman about the place.
Yes.
I have enough resources right now to put a squad together. Mm-hmm. I'm paying police car, paying China police color and all them things there, and drive around.
Yes.
People have been known to do that, and you must also remember, up to 2 weeks ago, 2 policemen, well, at least I know of one, who is now being charged for the murder of a businessman in St. Mary.
Yes, 2 of them. 2 of them have been charged.
And how were they caught? Yeah. Because what I think is a good card to the police force, a policeman saw another policeman and didn't trust him. Mm-hmm. And so let me check you out further. It wasn't the commissioner putting a system to find that policeman.
No.
I probably even thought that our suspicious that members of his police force could be doing these things. You understand me?
Yes.
All I think our PhD commissioner, who probably worry more about him PhD, is to worry about when putting down crime by any means necessary, yes, including taking a blind eye to members within his force who are corrupt, who are rogues, and as Mr. Fu says, basically criminals working in police clothes.
Yes. Yes.
And nothing of that, you know, is being aided and abetted by administrative staff in the police force who hide paper, shifts that roll this up, so you don't find information and go round.
Yes, yes. Because
that is where it is dangerous, you know. Mm-hmm. Because you know what happened? You must understand that it's not only police are thinkers in this place, you know. It's not only police who know how to investigate and get information, you know. Mm-hmm. Other people, they are bright enough with IQs that are high enough to understand what is going on.
Yes, of course. Mm-hmm.
Not only police alone.
No.
In the come alone.
Yeah. So
and of course they will tell about procedure and how you have to do this and how you have to do that, and you don't want to get information. Your chain of custody of information must be done properly because you want to go to court and blah blah blah. While at the same time the raw cop get away because he knows the people who can shift around and shift information.
Mm-hmm. Both of you, I want you to just hold it there for me. We are going to take a break. This is Rebel Radio. We are talking about police killings. Let us take a break.
It's the everybody's sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and walls. Thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, Hardware and Supplies is holding up the heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring and more. At Tools, Hardware and Supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of
Yes, welcome back to Rebel Radio. We are talking to former coach Oliver Clue. Yes, and businessman Mark Choate. And we are talking about the killing of Lucian Anderson. And this is Anderson was a former Hornet Gardens footballer. Yes. So Oliver, have you been to Hornet's house? Been to Lucian's house?
Well, yes, I passed by. Yes. But I tell you something. I am so nervous because any police officer right now can come by. Them don't know that I'm Oliver Clue, and they just open fire at me. What's happening in this country today, I'm very timid. I have problem in my area, Bay Shore, Harbour Heights, and I call on the police out in the east to take it over, to take charge. And then now I'm hearing of Lucian, an innocent young man. And I heard that he get 8 shots? I tell you, Brother Desmond, my call today, I am asking Mr. Fartner to get in touch with me, because this one cannot go like that now. This one cannot go like that.
In fact, you know, that was a position I had taken on, Mr. Cruz. This can't go down. This one can't go down.
And I don't know if you, Brother Davey, my brother, I am having discussion with Jackie and so on in Connecticut, who happen to know Lucian. Yes. I will pass on his number to you, Richard.
Yes.
It is Lucian Anderson and Byron Earl, when the great Belly and others left for Cayman with Vincent Chongfer and coach. We had to call on the young school youth along with some seniors, register them. They are the one why Arnett is presently in the Premier League. And I see people and hear other people taking praises and things of that sort.
Yes.
And all they need is some guidance. Yes. All they need is some guidance. And I don't know if I really want to stay on the program much longer, because I'm going to tell you something.
Yes.
The young people of this country have to be very careful, have to mind how they walk. Some of them fear to even go to Sunday school and church, because you will have a set of criminals come and kill you off and then you hear about shootout. This is where this country reached. I call on all my friends, why we sit back and allow them things to happening?
Yeah.
You tell me why we sit back and allow them things to happen? You know what time there's it?
Yes.
It could never happen. And we don't take over the streets
Yes. Okay.
Is there a demonstration going on down here? Eh?
No, but one is needed, you know. One is needed.
No.
One is needed.
Lucky.
I told them from yesterday that one is needed to demonstrate people power and the right of people to let their voices be heard.
President, there's a protest going on.
Yeah, man, we need that as part of the process.
Yeah.
I need to really get out of here.
Okay. Well, gentlemen, listen, I want to thank both of you. We are going to continue this discussion. One of the things that I want both of you to do is to connect me with some of the people who knew Lucien for us, and let us continue this discussion. And remember, we are going to have some more further discussion about this. So, thank you very much for your time, both of you, for your time this afternoon.
Yes, thank you, Desi. And I'm calling, and the churches, no, to start to let their voice be heard.
Okay.
That is what I'm calling on. We cannot have 300 and odd persons who lost their life. And you give me the number. How many killed by the police?
Yes.
And before I close them, I can say this to you. I have police friends. We have good police. Of course, who working in the interest of this country. But we have some criminals who join the force, and we need to get rid of them.
Okay.
Where's their feeling? Mm-hmm. Them don't have brother, them don't have sister. Eh? In Jesus' name, I'm leaving here. Thank you, brother. My brother, I will keep in touch with you.
Yes, I will link up, sir. Long time. Respect.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. I know the full, sir.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yes.
All right, sir. Respect.
Yes, that was former football coach there, Oliver Clew, and also former member of parliament. Oliver Clew is also a former member of parliament, and we had businessman Mark Chout with us there, and we were sharing our thoughts about the killing of that footballer there, over there in Arnett Gardens. Yes. And boy, I can tell you that this is something that, it is really questionable. Yes. Not a good sign at all. Yes. Mr. Cardenas. Hello, Mr. Cardenas.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm ready for you now. Hold it there, please. Yes, Yes, Mr. Good evening, Mr. Cardenas. Good evening.
Good evening, my friend. How are you?
Yes. We were just having a discussion about the killing of a former footballer, and, that is why we are late with your discussion. But, yes, nevertheless, I want to thank you very much for joining us, for us to continue this discussion on what is happening in Cuba. Because...
well, it is a pleasure, my friend.
Yes. And based on what we have seen in the news, we can see that the situation is really, really getting worse. What can you tell us?
Well, you know that this situation is a very serious and very difficult situation.
Yes.
Because, of course, Cuba is a country that has been suffering for more than 65 years the blockade of the United States that prevent us from accessing. It's not just that they prohibit the import export from the United States.
Yeah.
It's that they put pressure on all the other countries in the world, trying to stop Cuba from buying anything, from selling anything, from working the banks, or get medicines or anything, or get products for having investments, is a total persecution. In fact, I have the opinion that if the United States is not able to establish sort of blockade to any additional country, they don't have enough resources for that. Because they use so much in Cuba, they must be investing billions of dollars in that. Billions of dollars. Just to make the Cuban people suffer and try to change the political system.
Yes. Yes.
I hope that one day somebody in the United States be able to do a research of how much the government of the United States had invested in destroying the Cuban Revolution in 65 years. Because it must be incredible. Must be trillions of dollars.
Yes, sir.
So the situation is very difficult because this affects everything. Because oil, for example, is important for transportation, for the people going to work. The transport system, the whole transport system of the country is affected. The life of the people, because it's light in their houses, is refrigeration, is the pan if it's hot, is the food they have to keep in the refrigerators, and they have shortage of food. So in addition to having shortages, the one that they have is spoiled.
Yes.
Because the refrigerators are not working. The problem of health is a very serious problem because Cuba has probably the best health system in the whole developing world. In fact, better than in some of the developed countries. I remember at some stage the children mortality in Cuba was lower than that of Washington, the United States. And all these things are affected, so this affects seriously the population. You can imagine there are 32,000 women pregnant in Cuba. All the women in Cuba receive medical treatment in the Cuban hospitals. Nobody have baby in the house or anything like that in Cuba. Everybody have babies in the hospital, which is not the same thing in every developing country. Nevertheless, now they have problems because some of them have delicate situations. Some days ago, a friend of mine called me that her daughter is from Germany, and her daughter, who was German and Cuban citizenship, is 40 years and she's going to have a baby. And you know, in Cuba they consider that having babies at 40 years is dangerous. So I have to require a special treatment.
Yes.
And she's afraid. She's afraid that her daughter can be in trouble because imagine that at the time that she has to go to the hospital don't have electricity or whatever. Although many hospitals are working with the solar energy, Cuba has is developing a project to confront this situation. We produce approximately half of the oil that we consume, and we are developing system of refining to improve the oil because it's a very heavy oil and increase our local production. Also, we have developed a vast project for solar and wind energy, which is, in addition to that, is protection of the environment. And in that way, we are reducing the impact of all this problem. But nevertheless, this is a very serious aggression. This can create a humanitarian crisis. Because imagine in the middle of that situation where, for example, a problem of like the COVID or something like that in the middle of that situation.
Yes, yes.
Or we have a big problem like a hurricane or something that requires mobilizing transportation, airplanes, etc. The tourism that is one of the main sources of income to Cuba, like in Jamaica, is affected because we don't have fuel for the planes going to Cuba and returning. Mm-hmm. So this is helping the country in many ways, economically, in health, in education. Children cannot go to the school. Many of the things that they don't have light, they don't have the computers, they don't have things to work. Research and investigation. Cubans working on research, on the medical research and the pharmaceutical research in many places have to stop some of the research because they don't have electricity. So, what is that for? First of all, I don't think that they will change the government. There were about 12 presidents before Mr. Trump that tried that and failed. And all of this, there are a lot of books that say the last day of Castro will come down, Castro will die, and Castro is not 15 years dead. And Cuba is still a socialist country. So, I don't know. And to say that Cuba is a threat to the United States, Cuba, a country that is very small, 90 miles from the United States, with many internal problems, with 11 million people, can be a threat to the most rich, powerful, developed, and one of the largest countries in the world. No, if we don't show that the people on the threat is Cuba and not the United States.
That argument can't stand up to any scrutiny, that Cuba is a threat to the United States.
Oh, Cuba has been okay, we don't have good relations with the United States after the revolution, but we have good relations with many other people.
Yes.
And we assist many other people. We contribute to the welfare of many other people that don't have the same political system of Cuba. Cuba has exceptional good relations with Jamaica. Jamaica is not a communist country.
No, sir.
It has very good relations with Barbados, with Trinidad, with Guyana, with all the countries of the Caribbean, which means that you don't have to be a communist to receive the assistance from Cuba. In fact, Cuba have assisted countries that politically were very much hostile to Cuba, but they have a problem. I remember when they have this famous hurricane in the United States, Cuba offered to send doctors to the government of the United States. United States students, particularly black Afro-American students, study in the Cuban University of Medicine, the one that they want to close. They want to close the Cuban University of Medicine because it's one of the largest medical universities in the world, where people from many countries, especially third world countries, are trained to help the people in their countries. But we try also that the people that come to the university are really people that don't have the resources. Because if they are middle class or upper class, they don't need to go to Cuba.
Yes.
They have the money to go anywhere. But we don't want necessarily, we don't have any problem with the middle class or the upper class if they want to go. But we want to help those that don't have an opportunity. Maybe African, thousands of Africans have studied in Cuba. Yes. Cuba has helped the third world country when Ebola was in some of, affecting some of the African countries. Where the Cuban doctors when they are to fight Ebola? Hundreds of Cuban doctors risking their life because the Cuban doctors never go to the best places. They go to the most difficult places. And they do whatever job is necessary with kind and with respect and with discipline. The Jamaicans are very familiar with that. There are thousands of Jamaicans that thanks to the Operation Miracle for the eyes had recovered the vision in this country. More than 500,000 people have been operated in Operation Miracle in Jamaica, especially old people that have difficulties in their vision, people that didn't have a life, couldn't read, couldn't watch television, couldn't watch series, couldn't do medicines. And now, with this possibility, they are much better. And we make the life of our old people much better. And we should be grateful to that. Mm-hmm. And I don't think that with the COVID, the Cuba contribution to other countries in COVID, even countries like Italy, which is a developed European country, the Italians received the Cuban doctors there with great price. And so it's incomprehensible. It's unnecessary. And if Mr. Trump or the government of the United States wants to negotiate with Cuba, wants to discuss with Cuba, want to dialogue with Cuba, Cuba has been always open to that, especially in the last years. All the three presidents of Cuba after the revolution, all of them have stated that they are willing to negotiate, to discuss, to sit down and talk about anything based on respect and equality. What we are not going to do is go there as a colony. We will never be a colony of anybody, United States or anybody. There is not any power in the world that will make us a colony. We will die before that.
Yes, sir. Yes. Well, I can only hope I see where where the government there is, trying to introduce or working with solar. I can only hope that, that will materialize so that they can replace some of their electricity needs with solar energy. I only hope that.
Yes, don't we? We have done already. Yes. We have done already. We have done. We have a big solar program.
Yes.
But of course, that takes time, and the solar project can help for some things, but cannot help for other things. The transportation, you cannot change the transportation. And in addition to that, you have financial problems, very serious financial problems, because tourism have been affected dramatically. Yes. They have been reducing the remittances. Mm-hmm. In fact, they want to remove all the remittances.
Yes.
They are telling the people, the Cubans in the United States, not to send assistance to their families in the middle of a crisis. These people must be crazy.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
How can they presume that has any meaning, any sense? The church, the Catholic Church, that is not my favorite, as a matter of fact, but the Catholic Church historically has played a very conservative role in Cuba.
Yes.
Is opposed to that policy. Mm-hmm. There are maybe some Cubans in Cuba that support those things.
Yes. But
the people of Cuba don't support that. The people of Cuba in Cuba, there are people abroad that, well, they say that they support that. They are paid to say that. There are all kinds of inventions. Mm-hmm. I don't care, because if they're living in the United States, they better look at their problems there, eyes and all those problems that they have, and live Cuba in peace.
Yes. Yes. Well, we are going to see what is going to happen. One thing we can say that we know that this situation is hurting the Cuban people. And
this is hurting us, but we will survive.
Yes.
We will survive. Our people have learned, is resilient, has learned how to resist. This is not new. Mm-hmm. It comes from the day of slavery. Cuba was the country in this hemisphere that struggled longer for their independence. We have 3 wars of independence. The Cuban people struggled for independence 30 years. The problem is these people don't realize that we are not just any people. We are the people, the sons and the grandsons of those people. My two grandparents, my mother, father, my mother, mother, and my father, all of them in the War of Independence of Cuba.
Yes.
And I was sitting down with them. They are in the veteran club, always hearing these stories. These guys there in the United States, that's what Marco Rubio didn't hear. That's what Marco Rubio tell everybody, no, Marco Rubio, you were descended, but he's an American. He's a Cuban. He don't understand us. Mm-hmm. He don't understand us. He don't understand what is going on in that country. We have a revolution, and revolution transforms the people and make them resistant. Because what other thing explain that the country went through so many difficulties and they have not been able to change the government? They have changed the government in a lot of places. They even changed the government in the Soviet Union.
Okay. Well, let us see what is going to happen, Mr. Cardenas. I want to thank you very much for your time. And
I want to say, take this opportunity to express how grateful I am sure that many, the Cuban people in general, and I in particular, I am to the 10 former head of the state of CARICOM, who has expressed their solidarity with the Cuban people.
Yes.
Head by Mr. P.J. Patterson.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Cardenas, thank you. Yes. That was Mr. Osvaldo Cardenas there, keeping us abreast of what is happening in Cuba. And as you heard it, the situation there is not easy at all. There's the fuel blackout by the United States. It's having a negative impact on the lives of the people in Cuba. Yes. Very, 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 very tough on them right now. Health services, transportation, all aspects of life in the country is being affected by this fuel blackout. And, we don't know how long this is going to continue, but it is something that we have to keep our eyes on. Let us go for a break. This is Rebel Radio.
Everybody sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagley Park Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, Hardware and Supplies is turning up the heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring and more. At Tools, Hardware and Supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
Yes, welcome back. And at this time, we are going to show you a video. We want you to look at it. And this is about the situation with the workers in the tourism industry. You know, as you can recall, was it last year? No, the year before, thousands of workers took strike action. You know, the situation with the contract work in the tourism industry is totally unacceptable. And the workers are crying out for representation. They want changes, yes, so that they can enjoy some of the benefits of their labor. I just want you to take a look at this video here with the president of the Hospitality Workers Union talking to you about the situation with the tourism workers. Let's listen to what he has to say.
Imagine $4.38 billion US and you're getting $2 to $4. Imagine $4.38 billion US and you're getting $2 to $4 per hour. It is indeed plantation tourism. Slavery 2.0.
The industry sells the fantasy, but former butler Michael Downer says Jamaica's all-inclusive model is modern-day exploitation. He's now risking everything to lead a union for Jamaican resort workers.
Tourism workers are not okay.
Today, we break down the real cost of your all-inclusive vacation and why the truth is rising to the surface. Michael, what do you do today? Explain it to us in simple terms.
I am the president for National Hospitality Workers Union to protect and preserve the rights of Jamaican people. But I have to pivot from what I know best as being a butler. I spent the better of a decade inside the tourism industry. In tourism, I saw the struggles. I saw the housekeepers, the landscapers being exploited, overworked, underpaid, and I've seen it for years and years, and people have been suffering through poor contractual systems. I myself was a victim of this, so NHW was born out of conviction.
Before you took on this union work and setting up this organization to defend tourism workers, you were a butler at Sandals Resorts International. How did you even get into hospitality in the first place?
I got a scholarship to do bartending, and then I was doing construction in a lady's house, and she said she loved my work ethics, and I said I would love to get a job at the hotel, and she brought my information to HR, and from there I was able to do training at the hotel. I did bartending there, and then I moved over to being a butler.
I'm 65, and today I'm switching from doing nothing to Tai Chi chair workouts.
Because I believe that fits me best.
And so you just wanted to work at a hotel? Where does that impression come from?
The thing is, tourism contribute 35% of our GDP. So that is where the push is in society to go to the tourism industry. It wasn't what I wanted to do initially, but everybody think need to get a way out, go into the tourism industry.
Walk us through what is it like to do a shift as a butler, an all-inclusive resort like the one you were at, Sandals?
I was a Guild of English professional butler, and I ensure that I take care of elite guests, so it is personalized service. The working hours for a butler is very tedious, so you work to pay yourself, especially at a Sandals resort. It's shocking, but you normally get paid less than every other workers, and tip is what you rely on. So your time is extended, and for 2 days per week, it's mandatory that you do a 12-hour shift. So a butler job is never over until it's over.
Okay, before we get into the details, explain to us, what is the guild you mentioned?
Oh, so the Guild of English Professional Butlers are training school from England. They come and they will train you, and that is how you're certified to be one of their butlers, which are normally the top tier butlers in the Caribbean and other countries.
What kind of things did you do in a 12-hour shift?
As a butler, we manage everything. So a guest's vacation start before they get here. So we get their preference and we understand their allergies, their likes, their dislikes, where they want to go for dinner, excursion, spa, all of those things. So we manage the guests, we manage staff, we manage ourselves, and we manage the managers. Nobody in the resort is bigger than the guests. Therefore, we represent the guests.
What were some of the guest requests like?
Well, we are dealing with different personalities, so we are trained to accommodate up to 8 rooms, and that is not 8 individual, that is 16 people with different likes, dislikes.
You're covering 8 rooms at once, is that what you're saying?
8 rooms and a shift. And if your partner is off, you'd have to do a double shift, and that is from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. So you will cover breakfast, lunch, and dinner. All requests from the guests, all 16 individuals. It is yours to do. You have to manage your time. You have to ensure that everything is being done. The job that you do will tell you how much you will be compensated in tips, because what you get, base pay, is lower than the base pay for all other team members. And what you rely on is the tip. So you extend the hours.
What's the base wage?
The base wage is minimum wage in Jamaica. And currently minimum wage is at 16,000 Jamaican, and that is approximately $90 US.
Per day?
No, per week.
Per week?
$100.
Are you comfortable saying what about the tip portion, what that looked like per week, and whether that was sufficient for you?
You're asking, was that sufficient for...
I mean, give us a picture. Did it cover only expenses, or did you have enough to go over that?
So in Jamaica, we have a terminology that says hand to mouth. But the salary that tourism workers get in Jamaica is hand to chest, because it cannot reach the mouth. So it's at the chest. It stops at the chest. Right? It means that you can barely cover your essentials. As a butler, again, you will make a little bit different because it is dependent on the work that you do. And the thing is, it is not guaranteed that you're going to be tipped, especially working at a Sandals where the mindset is tip free. So there's a bit of hypocrisy. There is no tip here in Jamaica, but Sandals in Barbados, they are allowed to collect tips. So that is inconsistency.
How do you explain that?
I would love to explain that, but I don't think I'm the person to explain that.
Right. I think I read somewhere recently that the whole butler concept comes from British colonial days and colonial society, and that really took me back a little bit.
It is indeed plantation tourism, if you ask me. And as a butler, just going back in history, you were the closest to the master. And they call it the Great House. Who used to live in the Great House? The Master's Suite. Who is in the Master's Suite? Who is the master, right? So it is slavery on steroids. Slavery 2.0, for lack of better expression, right? Yeah. So it's the more palatable version of it. But what still remain exploitation. What still remain is no regards to dignity for the Jamaican people. I'm not demonizing tourism because I worked in it. I love the experience. The most important thing, I love the relationships that I was able to develop over time. I've been taught by many. It's not the brand that I'm attached to. It's the people who work with limited resources, limited support, limited respect. Those people have been contributing years after years after years. And Jamaica was awarded 15 times in a row best resort destination in the Caribbean. But here the hypocrisy and the contrast. We make $4.38 billion US. in tourism. Approximately 80% of this leave the country and 10 to 15% go into the government, while the Jamaican people get 10% or less. You're getting $2 to $4 per hour. Why should that continue?
Was there a specific moment during that time that you stepped back and said, you know what, something is definitely wrong here. I need to step into this new role and create this union?
I think that specific moment came at my last Sandals resort that I worked at. I didn't know how to explain it, but I felt it that time. So I've worked at 3 different Sandals property. The last one that I worked at was the newest built one, a remodeled one. A guest had tipped me. That guest is not a butler guest, however, it's from concierge, but it's somebody who I know and I assist him, and he was appreciative of my assistance. After that, what happened is that they're saying that I had solicited tip because the guest complained that the concierge worker did not do what they're supposed to do, and only Michael was able to assist him. So when they hear that situation, they brought me into a meeting. And bear in mind, I've been with the brand for over 8 years, only been written up once. And the once was when I give a team member a burger because that team member was hungry and didn't get to go to lunch. And I was written up for that because as a butler, you were able to distribute food and such. I took that, right?
Sure.
But when it comes on to them saying that I was soliciting tip, and I went there and I said, no, I wasn't. And I proved my case to them. And then I told them that I no longer want to be with the brand. And they were saying, give this property a chance and all of that. And I said, no, my dignity and my pride stood there. And that, I believe, was my soft turning point or push towards starting a union, knowing that the Jamaican people's rights must be protected and preserved.
And what year you created it? Give us a little bit of an overview.
So we want to go back to when we had over 8 different hotels protested in Jamaica.
It really was the first time I'd seen that happen in a coordinated manner in the Caribbean.
Yeah, and I can name them for you. It was Royalty and Negril, Breathless, Montego Bay, Iberia Star, Round Hill, Royalton, Blue Waters, which I was employed with. Guess what? I was on break at the time when it happened. I went back to work, and when I went there, there was a staff meeting. Bear in mind, I wasn't a part of the protest. At the meeting, I went there and I spoke to say that the Jamaican tourism product sells itself, right? What is the biggest part of that is the people. And we believe that tourism must benefit also the people of Jamaica. We must have a symbiotic relationship in terms of growth. Not against any hoteliers, but there are changes that can be made and we can come to a middle ground for the staff. Everybody applauded and it was good. And then 2 weeks after, I was given a letter to say that I was terminated from my position. And I went to HR and I asked, on what grounds? What did I do? What rule did I break? And they said to me that they don't have to tell me. And it was just like that. So my ability to provide for myself and my family, my son that is depending on me, my bills that needs to be paid, just cut right there in front of me. And I tried to get employment at another resort, and where I become aware of me being blacklisted. Yeah. Yes.
And it caught you blindsided, but a devil's advocate would say you probably would have seen that coming, right?
I do understand that sentiment, but I question it. Is it right? Should we continue to accept it that this is the norm, that you cannot have rights within your country? And these people are people who come in your country and treat you poorly. And not just that, they empower managers to oppress their fellow Jamaicans. So why should we maintain that system? That is my question. If it's something is not good, you change it. When the garbage is filled, not describing anybody as garbage, but when the garbage is filled, you take it out. The Jamaican people are fed up and tired of this, right? So this is the reason why there's a need for a union like NHW to express the real concerns of Jamaicans.
When you write, your tone influences how readers respond. With Grammarly, just highlight your text and type how you want to sound.
And there wasn't one before?
There are several unions in Jamaica that represent tourism workers, namely BITU, Allied Workers Union. But the question is, are they effective and impactful? No. And if they don't have unions that are strong and effective, then you cannot have equity among the team members. And I don't think it is too much of an ask that we live better in our country.
is it grassroots built, the union that you have? I was in Jamaica in December, and one of the things that was top of mind for me as a journalist was what is going to happen to the more than 2,000 resort workers now with these resorts that have closed, particularly the Hyatt range of properties. So what has happened to all of these workers?
That's a very good question, and it is indeed a concern of NHW. And I will go back to the first question you asked about recruitment and is it grassroots based? Absolutely, it is. NHW is also partnered with JABEM, Jamaica Beach Bird Right Environmental Movement, under the leadership of Dr. Devon Taylor. They have been doing an awesome job in terms of training and coaching and uplifting, empowering the communities about protecting their rights to these beaches so that they can have their livelihood continued and also recreational activities. So yes, we are going on those trips where we're speaking to people as well about their rights as tourism workers, what tourism actually means. Tourism is not these big hotels that creates a utopia that dwindles our culture down to nothing. So you have the food not tasting like it's supposed to. I've lived it, I've seen it. Even the people have been watered down.
Yeah, sure.
Right. There was a popular social media person that came to Jamaica and they were talking about the food, that the food is not good. And they were getting Jamaican food confused with the hotel food, the commercialized way of preparing our meals. So it goes to show again, it is destroying our culture instead of preserving it. So we are teaching people that is the all-inclusive model, which is plantation tourism. What we are telling people that tourism is an intangible product, that it resides within the person, our Jamaicans, right? The way we speak, the way we eat, the way we behave. And we're empowering them to know that. And when you do take part in the tourism industry, it means that you must be compensated well for your culture and your time and effort. So yeah, we're doing different outreach. We're led by, she was an activist in Boston, Massachusetts, or Vice President Angela Foster. Yes, she had worked with Domestic Allied Workers Union in Boston, Massachusetts. So she understands strategy and training and coaching, and we have been benefiting from that every Thursday. And we have, as we said, gone out to the communities to do the physical training and spread awareness. So we have a steady inflow of persons getting aware to us. So we're building critical relationship to get critical mass. So we're taking it a step at a time. We're here for the long haul and not something just for today and tomorrow.
Speaking of Jamaicans being paid their worth, right? What is the average pay that you've seen in your experience at all-inclusive resorts? Not the butlers, but the other folks per hour.
We're making in Jamaica and tourism $2 to $4 per hour. And I'm going to put that into context. The number of $4.38 billion which we make in tourism versus Barbados make $1.4 billion in tourism. The kicker is Barbados pay their staff $5 to $8 per hour, and we pay our staff $2 to $4 per hour. So is it wrong for us to call for a better compensation package? Is it wrong for us to call for compensation for overtime? Or is it wrong for us to call for proper contractual agreement and different benefits, whether it be housing and other ways for people to grow and to take the hierarchical positions?
There's another scene that I think really encapsulates what's going on with the all-inclusive resort sector. And I keep saying all-inclusive because I want to distinguish, like you said, it's not tourism that's bad. There's a lot of good tourism, great tourism in Jamaica. The locally owned, the small hotels, as well as some of the longtime foreign owners of small hotels that look after their staff. We saw a lot of that in Negril post Melissa. The scene that I'm referring to that we all saw on social media is just as Melissa was heading towards Jamaica. A lot of the resort guests were stuck in all-inclusive resorts, and the staff taking care of them in a moment of near national tragedy where they're not able to go home. They're not sure what's going to happen to their home or to their families, but they're staying through the night, taking care care of guests, dealing also with a lot of entitled tourists. What were you thinking at that time? Did that sum up anything for you?
It paints the reality of how we have been treating our tourism workers. And as we said earlier, over 8 different hotels protested, including Bahia twice, and moving back to what transpired with the Bahia workers after the hurricane. This further highlights there is a huge gap in the contractual system and the treatment of Jamaican people. I must take the time out to thank those team members who risked their life, separated from their family in a very uncertain time. It was unprecedented that we have a Category 5 hurricane. So we want to send major respect for them who stood up for the tourism product.
Absolutely. To me, it was kind of heartbreaking to hear afterwards. And obviously, I don't have the numbers, but at some of these properties, they were not even given a care package after that, and they were not paid for the hours that they stood there and took care of guests overnight.
Even during the storm, put our bed from 3 o'clock in the morning, stand up on our foot till much o'clock in the night, work, cook, as I'm a chef. So we not get no clear package, nothing at all.
What was your reaction when you saw that?
The reality of Jamaicans, it's sad. And let's firstly just look at how the people are gathered. Remember, the resort is closed. That means that you have a lot of space in order to properly assemble the people and now speak to them in a dignitary manner. To respect that they are Jamaican citizens, they are human beings. Treat them as such. Accommodate them. That's the first thing. Secondly, the Voice Media did a report that Jamaicans are suffering in silence. The tourism industry, directly, indirectly, employ over 500,000 Jamaicans. And a majority of the people are suffering in silence after this. Imagine you work at a facility for over 5, 10, 15 years, and all you can look at is 2 weeks severance pay. This happened because of their improper contractual agreement. And you have outdated laws, the Labor Relation Industrial Dispute Act of 1975.
Yeah. If you could explain to us, what are the laws that are allowing this, and how is the government allowing this?
When you look what came out of the protest of so much different resorts, that should be a warning sign that the red light is flashing, something is wrong. There was no policy change that came from that. And when you look at this situation where the Bahia principal staff was left stranded, it's because of inability of the government and the tourism industry to actually amend the laws to protect the people. First thing, they didn't consult with the people. What are the real issues? How can we fix them? And the law that needs to be updated wasn't updated. Imagine using a computer from 1975 to operate in 2026. How would you get on? We look at other countries, like for example, Turks and Caicos. I think in 2013-14, they put in progressive laws in terms of tourism tax. And then they ensure that that tax go to the Turk Islanders. Why can't Jamaica, a leading brand in the tourism industry, do innovative plans like these?
So most of the workers are contract workers. Can you explain what does that mean to be a contract worker? From our end here in the US, I know what a contract worker is. It means you get less pay, you're not full-time staff. You don't get the same benefits as your coworkers, even though you're doing the same amount of work. You don't get vacation pay.
Same thing, but on steroids. What you get also in Jamaica, you are susceptible to manipulation. A lot of the managers and the supervisors will now have informal relationship or intimate relationship with team members in order for them to keep the job. You have a very dangerous system where women are exposed and susceptible to these practices, and it goes on like the norm. So either you shut up or you get out. And I got to see the reality of that.
And that's harassment.
Yeah, it is. But given the way how it is being done in Jamaica so subtly, and people are unaware of these things, and if they do speak up, they're running the risk of losing employment to provide for themselves and their kids. And how can they really prove these things, and how can they make a case for themselves in HR, which HR is not, it is all connected and not there for the protection of the staff. It's more there for the protection of these resorts.
Of course. HR works for the employer.
There you go.
New Downy Intense. Intense fragrance that yields double.
My name is Danielle Maley. I am from Kansas. Honestly, we were hesitant as a family to come to
Yeah, HR is pro-employer.
That's so true. That's why you need a body that is going to keep everybody in check. So NHW provides that platform, that forum where people can come and speak about how they feel, because it is psychologically draining as well. And a lot of people are suffering in silence. And as a result of poor contractual agreement, these things are piling on people. But it feels like the norm in Jamaica. So you go along with it, not being aware of mental illness and how depression is dragging you down and cheating your family.
Another aspect that I think is not talked about often, what is the contrast between where the workers are employed and where they live? They power the tourism industry, and it feels like it's not just government also that's ignoring all of that, it's also the tourists.
The thing about that, we have housekeepers cleaning suites and then they're going home to bitter situation. So they're cleaning these luxurious suites, and when they go home, they have to push a zinc in order to get into their houses. I saw that the government is saying that any hotel that comes into the country building properties, they must build housing solution for the team members, for the Jamaican people to understand, because a lot of times they use the word development to overshadow neglect and disrespect. So what is happening in this situation? We are not considering the people, no consultation with the people. We are not considering the culture and the nature of Jamaican people. It is not our culture and nature to live in high-rising buildings. Jamaicans want to have their houses, want to have their homes where they plant and they grow their family. And the thing is, tourism workers contribute the most to NHT, that is our National Housing Trust here in Jamaica. They contribute 2% of their salary weekly, coupled with 3% that the employers must pay by law, right? So there's 5% going to NHT. What we are pushing as a union, as a movement, is to say that people who have been continuously employed in the tourism industry, they must be given a pathway from rent to own so that they can actually have a home one day. And those who have been 5 years continuous service, they must be given a good opportunity to get a loan for housing, because housing is important. Jamaican people deserve this.
Who wants to live with their coworkers? I don't.
Thank you.
Mental distance from a long day at work. I understand that sometimes you have to stay on the grounds. I've done that, for work, but not to the extent of making it long term.
I'm just going to ask a question. You live on these housing structure and then you get terminated. What happened to you afterwards? That's a major concern.
It just baffles me that you're never being able to own a home or to build a house after decades in the tourism industry. To me, is fundamentally wrong.
Yeah.
If you're at the higher levels, of course, you'll be able to do it. But how many are really reaching those heights of being managers, right? I've put you in a room, let's say, with an executive, and they'll say, we've created 1,000 jobs. There would be no job without the resorts. There are also a lot of consumers who say that. Jamaicans who come out and say, you are lucky you have a job. Be grateful. What do you say to that?
Wow. And that is willful ignorance when you see a lot of people saying that it is not right, it's not good. We're not being treated and compensated rightly. So are we going to continue to ignore the people who are feeling the impact? Again, the Jamaican people have this better than nothing mentality. And I go back to the reference of Barbados paying 2 times more than us. We're not saying that nobody wants to work. We're saying that everybody wants to work in an environment that respects them and they're being compensated properly. Is that too much to ask? It's not about the effort of employment. It is about the treatment.
What are the 3 demands that you have as a union for improving workers' lives?
The first thing, Jamaicans must be compensated properly. After speaking to everybody, this was the major thing that comes up. They need better contractual agreement so that they cannot just live their life 6 months at a time. Imagine going home to tell your family that you're employed for 6 months. That means no long-term benefit. They're saying that they don't want that to continue. After 6 months, they must be placed on permanent employment. And this is their words. After 6 months, you get a probation period. You get a next 3 months period where you can further evaluate me after 6 months, either I'm permanent or not. Thirdly, Jamaicans need places to live. They need a home. You cannot continue to have people that don't know where they're going to sleep when their employment goes bad. So those are the three major concerns. Those three screams the loudest.
Have you reached out to any government entities, tourism entities?
So what we have been doing is the advocacy. What we are more concerned and focused on is the people getting an understanding that they deserve better. One of the things is hard to do, is to tell a Jamaican that you deserve better. Those are the people that will not support you, and those are the people that will stay away from you. And I talk about this personally because my friends, my family think that I'm weird. I mean, you were a butler, you're getting the tips and all of that, and now you're just talking too much, and I believe I haven't talked enough. So our concern is not to write to the government agencies. Our concern is when we come out and we advocate, it is an opportunity for the government to reach out to us and ensure that they consultate with us because they haven't been doing that. And once they are able to do that, we fix the solution. Because they got many warning prior to the hurricane with the hotels protesting, the hurricane situation, many other things. So why haven't they reached out and do anything? So this is us reaching out by advocating.
That's such an important point about mindsets. Why is it important for the media to understand that labor is a big part of tourism in terms of equity, not just a sidebar?
100%. The thing is, the greatest resource of a country, of a establishment, is its people. People don't come back to Jamaica because of the high-rising buildings and the beautiful restaurants and the play park that they can do and the pools. No, they come here for the heritage and the culture that resides within the people. When Bob Marley said, "Get up, stand up for your rights," it did not say sit down and bop your head. You came here because of the message that he spread, because of the warmth and the smile of the Jamaican people, the seasoning and the flavor of the jerk chicken when you smell it. That is why you come here. The guest comes back for the staff, not the building. And it is not sustainable when the team members are not being compensated properly, not being treated properly, and don't have a future plan for them. So currently, the tourism workers are experiencing hopelessness. And I take inspiration from these words to say that hope has two beautiful daughters, courage and anger. Be angry at the way things are and be courageous enough to ensure that they don't remain as such. In America and different progressive countries, you will have welfare programs, unemployment grants. We don't have that in Jamaica. And it's because of the inability of our government officials to actually be human beings and actually set up a safety net. Tourism is a fragile industry. You're susceptible to external shocks. If I am the tourist and I don't come to your yard, Lily, you cannot eat, right? Where is the contingency plan? And I have people reaching out to me frequently, and I myself is in a very difficult position because of not being able to work in the tourism industry. As I know, the jobs will come a few times about graphics and designing, but I have people reaching out to me saying that, hey, my kids are hungry. I am hungry as well. And these are people who are working in the tourism industry. And I kid you not, we had a little bit of donation that we got. We have to squeeze it because I am thinking about myself as well, but most definitely I have to think about them. If it is 2 slices of bread, I can give somebody 1. And this is the reality of many people. People are hungry and a lot of them are suffering in silence because it's, again, the government did not do anything to mitigate against these things. There was no proactive planning.
What can the viewers, the public, and guests traveling to Jamaica do to help?
There are many ways that you can help. The first is to spread the truth that is coming from the people. When you see them protesting, when you see NHW advocating, when you come to Jamaica, visit the local communities. Jamaican people protect and love tourists, and they're able to show them their culture, what is real and authentic. So I say support the local tourism vendors, support the different excursion. We're appealing to the 2 government agencies within the tourism ministry TEF, which is Tourist Enhancement Funds, with the mandate to ensure that they enhance the tourism product to display Jamaican authentic tourism in the best way possible. And we have TPDCO, Tourist Development Product Jamaica Limited. They're mandated to train and upskill the team members to ensure that they're at an international standard. We're asking them to ensure that you do your job, play your part, so that the authentic tourism product can match up with these all-inclusive resorts so that real wealth can reside within the communities.
Start your mornings with a special chair Tai Chi program focused on muscle strength building, adapted for men.
And what we have done as NHW is, as a part of our sustainable development plan in order to ensure that the advocacy continue, we started Ochi Tour, a tour company that will bring you to the hidden gems, Jamaica. So those are the ways that you can contribute. And we do have a GoFundMe that is going, and we are ensuring that we do training and coaching. And what we're going to do is to ensure that we promote it on our social media pages, and we're working on funding to ensure that our website is up so people can become a part of the journey and the experience. We want to revolutionize tourism in Jamaica.
What about the diaspora? Do they have a role here?
Yes, the diaspora is indeed important to us. The diaspora sends back $3.36 billion US in 2023, and that shows you rivaling with tourism. But here's the thing, remittances goes directly to the Jamaican people and the society, but that money has been coming back in a structured way so that it can have self-generating wealth and actually have sustainability. So we're saying to the diaspora, engage in your tourism product. Buy part of Jamaica, be a part of Jamaica, do something progressive that you can no longer just give in dead money, but money that will actually make yourself proud and your country proud. So be a part of the thing that they continue to come and take out from the country, and that is tourism.
Any last words you'd like to share with our audience?
To our people that continue to support Jamaica, whether listening to our music, eating our food, watching our athletes run, just smiling at a Jamaican joke or saying, we appreciate you. We are not against tourism. We're against exploitation. And we have been experiencing exploitation for way too long. 4.38 million visitors last year. 70% of that is from America. We appreciate your business. We appreciate you contributing to the livelihood of Jamaican people. But do remember, when you go to those all-inclusive resorts, the people are not being compensated properly. People are not being treated properly. And those people suffer in silence. They are working poor. We are advising, indulge in the authentic culture. Once you're able to find people who you can confide in, continue to build that relationship, impact the people directly, rather than these capitalists that doesn't care about Jamaican people. You are the backbone in terms of how we empower our economy, but we want to ensure that that economy serves the Jamaican people. NHW, we believe in change, and we're going to do that every step of the way through training, coaching, consultation. We'll ensure that every Jamaican have a voice so that they are able to represent themselves properly. Come along with us on this journey. Thank you for understanding and for being a part of the change.
Thank you, Michael, for your work. Thanks for being here.
I'm 67, and I'm switching from doing nothing to 7 minutes of Tai Chi chair workouts. Hope it's worth it. This is me after 1 month of Tai Chi chair workouts.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, Hardware and Supplies is turning up the heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring and more. At Tools, Hardware and Supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
Yes, welcome back to Rebel Radio. Yes, that video there, we are going to be talking about that issue and workers' time next week and going forward. Well, let us go over to St. Ann, Marcus Garvey Parish, and I have with me the Custos of St. Ann. Yes, Custos Joy Issa. And one of the things that you must know, younger generation might not know this, the Issa family is a tourism family. Yes. Good afternoon, Custos Issa. How are you today?
Good, Desmond. And you?
Well, I am supposed to be okay, sir. Yes. Now, I see where you have launched the St. Ann Marine Association, and based on what I understand, that is an initiative to boost tourism. Tell us about that.
Well, it's not really me, Desmond. It's a group of residents from the area, from the parish.
Yes.
That, long and short of it, the White River Fish Sanctuary was started by Belinda Morrow and Kyle Mears some years ago. And it's probably the best run fish sanctuary in Jamaica at the moment. Mm-hmm. And they've seen the fish and everything, increase fivefold, and it's helping fishermen get more fish. Mm-hmm. So this second one is from Mammy Bay to sort of Dundriver Falls, passing Laughing Waters. And it's a group of another set of residents, includes Mike Drackledge, Francie Russell, Daniel Gibson, returning resident Mrs. Harper, Andrea, and my wife, and a couple other people. Alex Agassiz, who you might know. Mm-hmm. And they've come together and put this one together and did the official launch the other day. So I actually was there in attendance. They just asked me to come by, but it's really their initiative, and it has, sort of, from a Custos level, I have no objection to it and welcome it. Yes. And they're also replanting the reefs.
All right.
So in both cases, they're planting up the reefs and so on. And so it's fantastic what they're doing. Mm-hmm. And anything I can do to help promote them, help them, I will do from where I sit.
Okay, that's very good. And after the hurricane, how is tourism recovering after Hurricane Melissa in St. Ann, Custos?
I would say when you take all things into account, I think we did well. Yeah. We had cruise ships back up and running within, was it roughly 2 weeks?
Yes.
And that was it's somewhat of a miracle, because it was several things happening at the same time. You had the catastrophe in the West, and all the resources of the country being pushed towards the West to get it up and running. The cruise ship said they wouldn't come unless certain things were open within the Otrius area, i.e. electricity stoplights, Dundriver Falls. Then you had, the electrical poles were all over the place. The falls, they didn't think they could get it up and running for 3 to 6 months. So there were a lot of calls, a lot of lobbying, a lot of because it's hard. How do you take resources from the West to help here, but then the quicker you get back up on your feet economically, the more you can feed yourself. So it was one of those moments where there's no right answer, and then you try, and everybody came together and got it done. So I think from a cruise shipping standpoint, as a country, we should have not really lost too much and have recovered probably the quickest. I know the home porting in Mobay was temporarily moved to Kingston, so the Condor flights and so on went into Kingston, and then ships were taken from Port Royal. Yes. So the hurricane actually created an opportunity, because as a result of seeing that, we are lobbying here in St. Ann for the powers that be, whether it's, at Port Authority, the government, whichever, whoever we touch on, to look at the feasibility and the possibility of Jamaica positioning itself as a home porting capital of the region. Okay. Because when you think about it, we have Kingston, which has the airport and the port facilities. We have Mobay, and if we commit to spending $80 million on Ocho Port and bring it up to where it can take 3 ships at any one time, we can have home porting in Ocho Rios, and then the expansion at Boscobel Airstrip or Ian Fleming International Airport to allow for the bigger and more jets to come in is another 40 million. But if we position ourselves as a home porting capital, if we have a catastrophe at any sort of catastrophe, whether it's Kingston, we can then service home porting out of Mobay and Ochi. If it's Ochi, then you have Kingston and Mobay as backup. Yeah. But we would have redundancy, which would allow us to dominate home porting in the Caribbean. Yes. So as a result of the hurricane and as a result of seeing what took place on the cruise shipping front and also the home porting front, we're now lobbying for St. Anne's and St. Mary's facilities to be upgraded, port and air, and that we now target cruise lines and say, look at Jamaica as a home porting. How do we double, triple, quadruple the home porting business we do now? Yes. Now on the stayover front, I think that won't come back fully till May. I think the January numbers were, don't hold me to this, but I think through Mobay Airport, 50%, which is understandable because during the time of the hurricane, the week before and 6 to 8 weeks after, you wouldn't have had people booking vacations in Jamaica. Mm-hmm. Now that we're up and running and everything is, for the most part, normalized, we should be getting back to regular business, but that will take 2 to 3 months. So I'm a little rusty, I'm out of touch, but I would think by around May, June, July, summer will be, for the most part, back to normal, barring any sort of major catastrophe or hiccups in the marketplace. Yeah, Costas, I know you have a lot of experience in tourism. I know that. But one of the issues we are facing right now is the contract nature of the work with tourism workers. And this is something that needs to be addressed so that the workers can get some of the benefits that they deserve for their labor in the industry. And I don't know how what leverage you have to lend your voice to this issue. What is your take on that? Well, an interesting one, because yes, the contract program. I think the contract program has been taken advantage of, but like what happened in the hotel sector, what happened in the security sector, where the industry maintained for a long time that the workers were contractors.
Yes.
And they in fact weren't contractors, and the court ruled that they weren't. So now security guards are getting the benefits of being full-time employees. I suspect the same thing could or will likely happen on the tourism front. And the days are gone. I mean, you and I would remember back in the 80s when there was 40% unemployment.
Yes.
And I don't think we ever thought in our lifetime we'll be down to 3%. So it's the first time in our living lives where labor holds the handle, not the businesses. So I suspect if they continue along the path, the people who sort of abuse the system, one, they'll either have difficulty finding workers to come and work, because workers will gravitate to where they're getting the benefits, or two, somebody might be clever enough to challenge them in court and bring a class action suit and let the court rule.
Yes.
Challenge the practice, because they have this thing in the States where they call it you break the veil of whether it's a secrecy or the intention. There could be something in law that would allow, and it really something like that should be spearheaded by unions, where they get some top lawyers to look at the workers' constitutional rights. Are they being breached by the system? And take it to court, like what happened with security.
Yes.
So that's just me thinking out loud. I'm not saying what the right or wrong answer is. Yes. I've been out of the industry for 20 years, so I'm not, as versed as I used to be.
Yes.
So that's just my layman perspective on what I've heard and observed.
Yes.
But by no means is my position correct. So.
Understood. So, how is it going on with in your role as custos? How are things going? What are you learning, and what are some of the new experiences you have gained so far?
Well, I think we've had many positives, but I think one of the best ones is the success of the Custos Commander program.
Yes.
So, with what you originally called me on, two of the Custos Commanders, Mrs. Harper and Andrea, are the Custos Commanders for the Sedan Marine Association. But we have another Custos Commander. Her interest was Centurions, so she's launching on Thursday a Centurion series, where you get Centurions to come and speak to kids from schools to highlight them on some of the experience they had, so that kids can make more informed and hopefully be more successful learning through the Centurions.
Yes.
We have another Custos Commander. Her passion was, she came to me and said, Custos, I'd like to help with deportees, because she was concerned that deportees that end up in Sendan, how are they integrated into the community?
Okay.
So she has put a committee together, and they're focused on that. And each committee, the brief that I ask them as Custos is that make sure you have a teenager on your committee, and make sure you have somebody in your 20s, so that you work on continuity from now. We have another Custos Commander who is working on an annual parish parade. So we have another one who is working on building bridges, where we have police with a JP buying school books and mentoring kids We have another one, a mentorship program started by Pastor Bones, who is the owner of Northgate School. And he's in 3 schools that I think it's 70 kids that are being mentored. So what we say to our Custos Commander is find something that's near and dear to your heart, and then you put your committee work at your pace. You come and meet once a month in what is effectively a town hall meeting. We have no minutes, no paper. You stand up and you give an update for a couple minutes on what, where you're at with your program. And then people ask questions, or you ask questions of people, and then we move on. It's like an hour and a half once a month. Everybody in the parish is welcome to it, and it's sort of it's a very moving and motivational program. So I'd say that's probably been one of the most successful and satisfying new things that's happening in the parish.
Okay, Custos. That's good news. That's good news, sir. Well, let us try and keep the good news flowing. And at Rebel Radio, we stand by whatever you are doing to improve the situation in St. And the last time we spoke, I mentioned that, that I wanted you to put some of your efforts behind naming St. Anne's Bay, the Garvey City. Well, we are still working on that. So.
All right. Well, let me give you one on that front because there's so many Custos commanders. We have a Custos commander, Mr. Harper.
Yes.
And he's a Jamaican that came back from England, did well over there, retired here, has a house here in St. Anne.
Yes.
And anytime anybody comes to his house, we always take them to the library and to the Garvey Museum.
Yes.
At the St. Anne Library.
Okay.
So he's Custos commander in charge of Marcus Garvey and the National Library for St. Anne.
Okay.
And the initiative, we're trying to get him on the board. We missed this opportunity, but we're seeing if we can get co-opted on.
Yes.
But he's working on a project to see if we can get a company like a Cafe Blue or, one of the coffee companies or a delis, not a foreign one, a local one,
yes,
to come and set up at St. Anne's Bay Library. But in turn, they make the St. Anne's Bay Library and the Garvey statue and museum grade A. Like the grass needs to be soiled as grass and look, watered and green all the time. Not from a political sense, but
yes.
From a landscape sense. Inside once you walk, it needs to feel like a Ritz-Carlton in terms, or a Sandals, where it's tile, but the tile looks rich.
Yes.
The windows are not broken, painted. But make it a hub where people will come, hang out, have a coffee, but at the same time learn about the history of Marcus Garvey.
Okay.
And so he's working on that initiative. It's something that will probably take 3 to 5 years.
Yes.
But if you go there, we've made improvements as a parish and as a community, but I think there's more. And if these things happen, I think 5 years from now, Marcus Garvey will be happy with what we're doing in the name of his legacy.
Yes, I think I want you to connect me with him. I would like to talk with him, right? Because I would like to work with him. So off here, you can send me his contact.
I already sent it to you, Desmond.
All right. Thank you very much, Custos, and have a good day.
All right. Cool. All right. Thanks.
Okay. That was Custos Joe Issa, yes, telling us about what is happening in St. Anne. Yes. Coming up next is, it's workers' time. Let's go for a break now. This is Rebel Radio.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, hardware, and supplies is turning up the heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring, and more. At Tools, hardware, and supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hard
All things are possible if you only believe. Sitting at home all alone, wondering what tomorrow may bring. He of little faith, dig deeper within. Healing the sick, he raised the dead, he walked on the sea. He worked miracles if you only believe. Only believe, only believe. All things are possible if you only believe. Only believe, only believe. All things are possible if you only believe. Lord, show me the way to do your will, and I will obey. I wanna be your servant. On my knees I pray. Lord, give me strength to carry on. Please lead the way, because I believe. Yes, I believe. Oh, I believe that all things are possible if you only believe. Only believe. Only believe. All things are possible if you only believe. Sitting at home all alone, wondering what tomorrow may bring. He of little faith, dig deeper within. Healing the sick, he raised the dead, he walked on the sea. He worked miracles if you only believe. Only believe. Only believe. All things are
Yes, welcome back to Rebel Radio. Yes. And as you know, this is workers' time. This is when we spend some time on Mondays looking at what is happening in the workplace. Yes. And I have with me this evening Mr. Thomas Lee Tang, General Secretary of the Dama. Yes. Yes. Dominica Public Service Union. Sorry, I was just looking for that. Yes. Mr. Lee Tang, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to all your listeners, your viewers.
Yes, sir. Yeah, we have not spoken for a little while now. What is happening in Dominica with the public sector workers there?
Well, the issues continue to be whatever they were before.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we are looking at the working conditions for employees, both in the private as well as in the public sector.
Yes.
We have now strengthened ourselves. In September of last year, we were able, after a number of years, struggling, a number of decades, to establish a trade union congress in Dominica. So that is something new for us. We are working very hard to make sure that we have one voice. We speak on behalf of the employees, so that Congress or National Trade Union Body consists of both private as well as public sector trade unions. We are looking at the whole issues of migration. We know of this situation where people are traveling from one country to another. The treatment being meted out varies from country to country. Or there are some countries that, for example, would not accept Haitians. We believe that as part of CARICOM, that these people should not be discriminated against.
Mm-hmm.
So this is something that we are looking at. As I said, the issues are not different. I mean, people continue to exploit workers. Workers continue to be ignorant of their rights, although some of those rights are enshrined in the Constitution. We have labor laws that protect the employees, but what you find is, in spite of that, there continue to be violation of those regulations and laws. This is something we were able to, as of 1st December 2025, to see the minimum wage increased by about 25%. So we are happy about that. That is something that we are joyful of, because there's always been a struggle to get employees to be paid a reasonable wages. So it is not really what we want it to be, but as I said, it has happened. And the committee, I was part of that committee when we did those recommendations, and one of the things that we have proposed to the government is that the minimum wage be reviewed every 3 years.
Okay, I see. Yes. So you are saying that there has been a wage increase, a 25% wage increase for public sector workers in Dominica. Not public
sector workers. We're talking about officers, those level of people, not like, these are the people. For public officers, we were able to, I'd say, that everybody figured too well, but I think we're able to get about an 8% salary increase for 8% salary, which I think was tier 3 and 2 for public sector workers, along with a number of other benefits. So we have seen, for example, we negotiated for an amendment to the Pension Act, so that is something so that it's more favorable. We look at a number of other things. When you retire and you have to wait, when the negotiations before that, we had gotten that is you retire at 60 and you get your pay from Social Security at 65. So that is the union, we had concern. We say, well, what happened between 60 and 65? So we were able to get the government, that is prior to last year, to get the government to agree to pay what is referred to as a bridge pension. That is, the government pays you your pension for 5 years, and then Social Security takes over at 65. But that only applied to established public officers. But the daily or weekly paid officers were not receiving that, although we did negotiate. Whether we have seen this being corrected, and whether you are established or non-established, you will get that bridge. They will get that bridge pension. And very important is the fact that since you use two different formula, that is the Social Security to work on the pension. If at the end of it, when you go to the Social Security pension, if it is less than what someone was receiving 5 years, then government will pay the difference, and you get this paid by the government for the rest of your life. So we were able to negotiate for some very positive things. Another thing that happened is we had a number of public officers who were considered as non-established. And while we have been pushing for the total abolishment of that category of employees, I mean the nomenclature or categorization of that group of workers, we were able to get quite a number of workers upgraded from non-established to established. So these are some of the positive things that came out of our negotiations for public officers.
Yes. I wonder if the non-established workers in Dominica, if they are comparative to what you call contract workers in Jamaica. You know what? They are.
Yeah, well, we have in Dominica. There is a group called you have contract. So a guy, for example, you employ a fellow for 2 years. So with the contract workers, there is a specific period that they are employed for. So whether it's 2 years or whatever, we establish is like they have tenure. They do have tenure, right? And that is the difference. They have tenure.
Yes.
But as I said, a lot of the benefits that they establish, they do not get.
Just pause a moment. Pause a moment, Mr. Litang. Let me acknowledge the president of the Jamaica Teachers Association, Mr. Malav. He has joined us. Mr. Malav, good evening, sir.
Hi, good evening.
Okay.
Am I being heard?
Yes, you are being heard, but I have with me Mr. Thomas Lee Tang. He's the General Secretary of the Dominica Public Service Union. He's also with us. All right. Oh, Mr. Lee Tang, you were making this point. Continue.
Yeah, Yeah, so I'm saying that the whole thing about established and non-established has been an issue that we have been addressing.
Yes.
And there are various reasons for that. Because as an established worker, there are certain benefits for public officers. We're talking about public officers now. There are certain benefits that one would be eligible for as opposed to non-established. So, for this example, the formula to work out gratuity for public office, so for established public officers, is different to the one that is used to calculate gratuity for the non-established.
Okay.
So a non-established public officer and an established public officer, if you work for the same length of time, receiving the same, retire at the same time, the established public officers' gratuity is much more than that of the non-established. The vacation leave is different. The sick leave entitlement is different. Things like study leave is different. So the non-established person is at a disadvantage. And we have been saying that this is a colonial arrangement, which we need to get rid of. Okay. So it has been an upward battle for us as a trade union. So we know, we can an approach, not that we have a ban on what's the level to be upgraded, certain posts to be upgraded to establish, and we were able to get quite a bit of positions upgraded.
Yeah.
So that was something really coming out of our negotiation last year.
Let me hear from the JTA president. Mr. Malav, good evening again. So, what is the latest with the JTA? And let me be specific. I remember that a significant numbers of your members were affected by Hurricane Melissa. How are they recovering now?
Recovery continues, really. Our teachers continue to struggle financially with respect to, putting back their lives together in the aftermath of Hurricane Melissa. The JTA continues to provide whatever support that it can with respect to helping our teachers to recover. But it continues to be a struggle. Just today we were having conversations as to how best we can continue to provide that level of support to our members and whatnot in the interim. But it has been a real struggle. As president, the enormity of the challenge has not been lost on personally. And it is taking place within the context of renewed negotiations with government.
Yes. How is that going? How are the negotiations going?
Well, we are waiting a new offer from the government based on our last meeting, where we went through our list of things and we indicated to the government where we are, the government indicated where they are, and I think I am optimistic that there will be some amount of movement on some of the key items. But there are one particular item or two particular items two or three particular items that we consider to be a deal breaker. And if we don't get those items, or the government does not accede to those items, then we are not like Sabbath.
Repeat.
So working?
Yes, repeat the last sentence. You said there are two items which are deal makers. And if the government...
2 or 3 items that are deal makers.
Yes.
For us. And if we don't get those 3 items collectively, it's not either or for us. Because all 2 or 3 items, and if we don't get those items, then we won't have a deal.
Okay. I see. And based on what has been discussed so far, are you optimistic that those items will be addressed?
Well, we are dealing with the government, so I like to see things in black and white.
Yes.
I want to see them black and white. Okay. Because what they be saying about maybe different from what they put out there. And black and white does take precedence.
Yes, sir. Yes. As it regarding the repairs to school, what information do you have on that?
I don't have much information. I know that repairs continues. The minister did indicate that it will take some while to fully repair. That's the Minister of Education did indicate that it will take some while to fully repair all the educational spaces that were significantly damaged by the passage of Hurricane Melissa.
Right.
I know that the work continues in earnest in that regard. There are a number of institutions that we know are lagging behind with respect to repairs, that sort of thing. But that is expected, really. But what we ask is for honest, upfront conversations about what is happening and progress, and just honest progress report, unfiltered, undiluted progress report.
Okay. Yes. I saw a report in today's Gleaner where the Education Ministry on for 1,000 unaccounted for students in Region 4. What do you know about that?
Well, Region 4 will cover Trelawney, St. James, and Hanover area. The truth of the matter is that we are not surprised about that. We had a similar experience with COVID. So whenever it is that there's a crisis in education, what you find generally is that the most vulnerable group tends to drop off the radar in terms of being able to find them and being able to bring them back into the folds of the formal education system. There are no surprises here in regard to that. There were some initiatives that the ministry utilized the last time around to see how best they could bolster the numbers or increase the numbers. I suspect that this is the approach that is being taken by the government at this point in time. The reality is that Melissa has really uprooted a significant number of lives, and the first people are in survival mode. So if you fall at the lower end of the socio-economic spectrum, then your survival mode becomes even more chronic than it would under normal circumstances.
Yes. Well, I can see, because that is really something that should be of concern. Over 1,000 students are left out of the system. That is not good at all. No. And what word the JTA has for parents who are facing economic difficulties which prevent them from sending back their children to school? What would you say to them? What would you say to parents who are having difficulties sending back their children to school?
The At the end of the day, you know, education is really a long-term solution towards, it's really a long-term solution to, you know, issues concerning poverty and people are being at the end of the socio-economic spectrum. I would say to them, no matter what, get your child to school. You know, no matter what's happening, seek to get your child to school. There are a plethora of options available. There are a plethora of support that is available. All they need to do is to access those. They can access those to the guidance and counseling departments in the respective schools. And you know, just let us just get the child back into school so that they can be the agents of change within their own family.
Yes, sir. Yes. Well, you know, let us hope that things will improve. You know, let me just. Yes. So, let me just go back to Mr. Lee Tang.
Yes, sir.
So based on, as we, you know, based on what you have seen so far, and you know, what are your expectations from a trade union point of view? What are your expectations this year for the workers?
Yeah, well, we have embarked on a recruitment drive where we try to recruit the workers into the organization. We have spent some time looking at our own communication process, where we need to improve so that we can get the members more involved. As I explained, for celebrations, everybody celebrations. So we are hoping that people's interest in their respective unions, that there will be improvement. Because as you know, I mean, you have a union, the leaders will be doing everything, whatever they can. But unless you have the full support and the participation from the members, then some of your plans will never become the plan, which is we have a strategic plan for maybe about 4 years now. I mean, very soon we might have to be reviewing that, because it was for about 5 years, and to see where the shortfalls are, and to take steps to immediately correct and to improve on those areas. Okay. So I look at the future with a lot of thinking that there will be some positive outcome, because these are not things that we are going to look at. We have already started looking at them. We recognize that some of the unions, even within the Congress, some of them are not as strong as others, and that is what solidarity is all about. So those unions that are a little better in terms of finances, in terms of experience and school, we have started lending support to others. So, for example, the Trade Union Congress that I have spoken of, my union is leading in that area, and we will be providing space for the secretariat, as well as some staffing, some assistance with staffing. So these are some of the. So I believe for the trade unions, especially those who are part of the Congress, it is positive. Okay. And in negotiations with the statutory institutions, we have been able to make a lot of progress there. We have strengthened we're working on our shop steward system. That is the Downtown Public Service Union, so we are establishing a shop steward network, We have also established a men's committee within the union, as well as the youth and women's group, because we want to make sure that the concerns of those specific groups are addressed. So I think I look at 2026 thinking that we will see a lot of positive things coming to the trade unions and to employees or workers in general.
Yes, I just want both of you, just hold it there for a second for me while we take a break. This is Workers' Time on Rebel Radio. Let us take a break.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, hardware, and supplies is turning up the heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring, and more. At Tools, hardware, and supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
Yes, welcome back to Rebel Radio. And we are on Workers' Time. Gentlemen, I just want to have your final comments. Start with you, Mr. Malava. What are your final comments? Mr. Malava? Not getting him. Mr. Leetang, you are there?
Yes, I'm there, my brother.
Yes.
My final comment would be that we do all what we can to ensure that employees are well taken care of, that they receive the representation that is required, that we continue not to allow ourselves to be influenced by outside forces when it comes to represent our constituents. I also think that we should continue what we have started, that is within some of the trade union organization within the Caribbean, that we can share experiences, we can share information, we can share knowledge. That is very important because trade unions are older. Most trade unions are even older than CARICOM. So we have been around for a very, very long time. We have achieved quite a lot for the people who we represent, but I believe that we cannot be complacent, and at the same time making a special appeal to the members to know that the union represent their interest and they are part of the union. I keep on saying that the union is not an organization that is far and separate from the employees or from the members. The members are the ones who make up the union, so it's very important. So that is my advice, and that we continue, because if we lay down our guards, a lot of the things that we were able to achieve, we will not. They will be lost, because everybody, or most employers, including the government, always feel that when sacrifices have to be made, that the employees are the ones who should make those sacrifices. And that happens when the employees, public officers, for example, are not responsible for the poor policies of any government in any of the jurisdictions.
Okay, sir. I want to thank you very much for your time this evening. And as usual, you know, we at Rebel Radio, we have to keep in touch with what is happening at the workplace. So have a good evening and thank you.
Thank you. God bless.
Okay.
Take care. Bye.
Yes. Yes, that was Mr. Thomas Lee Tang, General Secretary of the Dominica Public Service Union, and before him we are the President of the JTA, Mr. Malav. Yes, we were supposed to have with us this evening the President of the Jamaica Civil Service Association, but understand that she is tied up in a meeting. No. Yes. I am still trying to see if I can get her. Yes, but I understand that she is tied up in a meeting and, you know, she might not be able to be with us this evening. Yes. You know, this situation with the wage issues, the wage issue with the workers, you know, the government and the unions are lacking negotiation. Yes, and it is left to be seen now what is going to happen. I know that they have advanced some positions, and it is left to be seen what is going to happen, whether whether the unions are going to accept the government position. Right? I know that the last time the government put something on the table which the unions did not accept at all. Well, let us see what is going to happen coming up. Let us see. The situation is that the workers are, you know, hold a second here. Yeah. Yes, Mr. Malav, you are back with us?
Yeah, man, sir, Des.
Yes.
I got cut off.
Yes, right. I was asking, the last question I was asking you is that, you know, so from where you sit now, what are your expectations re this negotiation?
Well, you would have observed in recent days that the leader of government has gotten a significant increase, or has accepted a significant increase. almost 214%. That increase is actually aligned with the report, the Ernst & Young report that the government had commissioned to guide the salary restructuring exercise.
Yes.
And that is being implemented with respect to our Prime Minister.
Yes.
And we take no issue with that. What we have said in the certain terms, though, is that in much the same way that you have used the report to guide the salary bands of politicians and other high-ranking members of the public sector, that same principle ought to be applied to the teachers. And that's where we are, really. We will not accept any argument about fiscal space. We will not accept any argument about Hurricane Melissa and the whole notion of GDP. We will not accept any argument about per capita income, because that argument was never applied to certain groups or categories of individuals. We maintain, the JT maintain, that the issue of proper compensation of the teachers is an issue it's not about dollars and cents for us. It is more about, social justice. Our society treats its teachers as a direct reflection of whose labor it values and whose welfare it is prepared to safeguard. And I say it against the backdrop that that education system, and by extension teachers, is the platform of all other professions. Yeah? It is absolutely wrong, unjust for one category of people or persons to be the highest paid in the Caribbean, notwithstanding per capita income, notwithstanding GDP, and another set of individuals is at the lowest end of the social, is at the lowest end with respect to that category and the Caribbean. Yeah? With respect to our counterparts in the Caribbean. We maintain that the issue of salaries and conditions of service of our teachers is a matter of social justice. And we reject an animal farm mentality on the part of any individual whatsoever, whether within government or otherwise. Where all men are created equal, but some are more equal and so. Where certain individuals must be allowed to live in the farmhouse, while other individuals must be allowed to live in the barnyard. Let me check that. We'll stop on the principle that all men are created equal. Full stop. We will not accept any view that all men are created equal, but some are more equal than some. And that is the basis of our argument, that as it relates to salaries, it is a fight for social justice. And within the context of the Caribbean, it cannot be that our teachers are amongst the best in the Caribbean and by extension the world, but yet it is that we are the worst paid and amongst the worst paid in the Caribbean. Full stop.
Okay. Mr. Malav, I want you to clear up something for me. The existing examination system that we have, the prep, students are from all schools, all primary schools are allowed to sit that exam?
All primary and prep schools.
Okay, that is the exam that qualifies them for the high school.
High school.
Okay, so
pretty much.
Yes, so students in all primary schools in Jamaica are allowed to sit that exam.
Yes. Yeah. Indeed.
Just remind me of the age group, please.
So it depends. We have 9 to 11 to to 11 in one group or 12. There's a grade 5, there's a grade 4 as well, and grade, I think there's a grade 3. Don't quote me on it because I'm not very familiar with the primary school system. As familiar as I should with the primary school system. But there are a series of exams. I know there's a grade 5 primary exit profile that helps to, that is applicable in terms of the calculation to determine where a child falls at the end of grade 6, of grade 6.
Okay, all right, yes. And the other thing is that as it relates to primary schools, that the Ministry of Education, let me put it this way. Suppose a school, a primary school, there is, like, say, for example, the Old Student Association or a member of the Old Student would want to upgrade his or her primary school by, say, installing a library with a computer science lab. How should he or she approach it?
Well, it can be done through the Board of Management, who will liaison with the Ministry of Education, because there are some minimum standards that ought to be a part of the process, to ensure adherence to those standards. Yeah, so they can start with expressing what they intend that project to be, formally with the Board of Management, who will then escalate it to the Ministry of Education, Central Ministry. I know there will be perhaps a series of meetings for everybody to be on the same level before the ministry releases a no objection letter to the project.
Yes.
Within that context, the ministry will send in their team from time to time to ensure that the minimum standards are being adhered to.
Okay, and so the ministry would ensure that the teacher with the relevant skills are employed to that school.
Certainly, but the board does have a certain level of autonomy with regards to who they employ and how they employ those individuals.
Okay. All right. Well, let us see what, as you said, what is going to be happening, what's going to happen. Well, what are your final words this evening?
We continue to press forward with respect to ensuring or protecting the interests of our teachers and advancing the education system as a collective. Collectively, we continue to leverage our skill sets and our know-how with respect to advocacy and looking out for the best interests of the education system as a whole. Is that something that we resile from? We continue to be unmoved and shaken by the criticism out there, because we believe that if you have a world-class education system, it will result in the overall benefit of the education of Jamaica. If you have a very good education system, it impacts crime, it impacts socialization, it impacts economics, it impacts so many things. And that is, we want an education system that we can all be proud of, where an individual's progress is determined based on his own merit and not based on where he was born.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much for your time this evening, Mr. President. And
no problem.
As you know, we continue to pay attention to what is happening at the workplace. Thanks very much and have a good evening.
You too.
Okay. Yes, that was Mr. Mark Malaf there, the president of the Jamaica Teachers Association. Well, as I indicated before, we were supposed to be, we had booked the president of the Jamaica Civil Service Association, but she's in a meeting, so we will not have her this evening. So what we have to plan, have to reschedule that discussion with her. For later, or I mean next week. Yes, we will do that. So let us, this is where we have to, we will end workers' time this week. Yes. Yes. But we just want to have a quick word, yes, with the host of Sports and Entertainment, yes, Mr. Kingsley J.J. McCullough. I think he want to give us a word on something that is happening in the world of sports and entertainment. Yes. So I am trying to locate him now for him to bring us up to date on what but I'm not getting through to him at all. Yes, not getting through. Let me try again to see if he's available to tell us what is happening, the latest in the world of sports and entertainment. Let me see. If I am not, I don't know why I'm not getting through to Kingsley. I don't know why. But I'm still trying. To see if no, not getting through to J.J. McCullough at all. I don't know what is the problem. Yes. Well, I said I don't know. I don't know, apparently he's not online, so I just have to try to see if I find him. Well, I'm not finding him at all, yes. So that is what we have here now. And as you know, I was saying that the teachers and the public sector workers, they are, you know, lacking this agreement, this wage talks. Let us see what is going to happen in the coming weeks. And we are following up this latest police killing in Harnett Gardens. Yes. This former Harnett Gardens star there. We are wondering how that man was killed. 55-year-old. and our information is that he was taken into an inside a room where he was shot. And based on what the police are saying, that he fired at them. Yes, and they recovered a gun. Now this is we have to follow this shooting, because it is, you know, first of all, as I said, we don't have in Jamaica, and unless the situation has changed over the years, that you have 55-year-old gunmen in Jamaica. No, we don't have that. So we have to follow it up. And on the wage issue, I think most of my listeners and viewers would have heard that the Prime Minister has now decided to accept his pay. So he has accepted that his annual salary should move from where it is now to 28, I think it is what, 28.8 million. Yes. And you recall that he had, when the salaries were increased were made, the Prime Minister, that was 2023. So after the compensation review, the Prime Minister did not take his own. Yes. No, he did not. But he has now decided to accept his salary. Yes, salary increase. So his salary 9.16 million annually will now move to 28.5 million per annum. Yes. So Prime Minister has finally decided to take his increase. Yes, some people are arguing and asking why he has decided to take it now, at a time when the country is in crisis. Yeah, why has he decided that it is time for him to take his salary increase at a time when the economy is in a crisis? Okay. Well, apparently the Prime Minister must, like all of us, found himself in a position where he needs more money. Yes, to take care of his business. So he has decided that, okay, let me take my salary increase. Well, you heard the teachers are saying that they want a reasonable salary increase too. Yes. It is interesting to see what is going to happen. Let us go for a break. This is Rebel Radio.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, hardware, and supplies is turning up the heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring, and more. At Tools, hardware, and supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
Nice place, I like it. All right, we're getting ready to start now in a minute.
During the Frankly Speaking show. On your computer, look to the right of the video. That's your live chat hub. Click the Say Something box at the bottom, type your message, and hit enter. Boom, you're live. On the mobile app, it's just as easy. Tap the live chat button right under the video to open the window. Pro tip, if you're in full screen mode, tap the screen once and hit the chat icon to see messages without leaving the action. Can't type? Check two things. Make sure you're signed in and see if subscribers only mode is on. You might need to sub and wait a few minutes. Keep it respectful, follow the mods' rules, and have fun.
Good day. Good day. What do these 9 high schools have in common? Good day. What do these 9 high schools have in common? Arden, Happy Grove, Ferncourt, Dintil Technical, Merle Grove, about Gallimore, York Castle, St. Catherine, Jose Marti Technical. Well, frankly speaking, at least one thing. They have agricultural programs or school funds that get good support from their alumni associations. Frankly speaking, of course, they are not the only schools with farms or school agriculture programs. And some schools will tell you they have even better programs than you will see at these 9 schools identified. Frankly speaking, primary schools
Hello, I'm not hearing.
and early childhood institutions too
Hello.
have agricultural programs. We're going to be joined by people who can shed light on the assistance to the schools. One such person is Dr. Samuel Scott. He's an economist, researcher, agriculturalist, and farmer. I'm a member of the Food Sovereignty and Safety Group, of which Dr. Scott is a member. And that's where I got the idea to take a look at school farms. We also have with us Overton Grant, head of the agriculture department at Dint Hill High. And later in the program, an alumni at the school, financial advisor Grace McLean, will also join us. But before we bring in the guests, let's say thanks to Desmond Richards and Winnie Anderson Brown, our special regular panelists. Winnie has another AI surprise for you today. Thanks to all those watching or listening online. Remember to share the podcast with your friends and colleagues. We welcome your comments and queries throughout the show. Just send them as you were directed at the start of the program. You know, just today in preparing for this program, the following, I just read and saw a statement from JIS reporting the comments of the Minister of Agriculture, Floyd Green, who's saying he's going to be serious about school agricultural programs or education. And here's what he said, part of what he said. That's why for 2026, I'm going to be spending a lot of time, energy, and resources from the ministry, that's Ministry of Agriculture, to revamp some of our agricultural educational systems. We have to ensure that at our primary level, secondary level, and in fact from our basic school level, that people are taking agriculture seriously. That's what the minister said. I'm not sure we have Dr. Scott with us. Yes, we do. Let's start with Dr. Scott. Tell us about what's driving assistance, Dr. Scott, to these schools and give me a response to Floyd Green. But tell us what's driving the assistance and tell us a little bit about that.
You know, I've always welcomed. First of all, thank you very much, my brother, and thank you very much, other peers who are on. I've always welcomed the comments from Minister Green, and I have been engaged in a couple of things that he has done in terms of promoting agriculture, both domestically and overseas here. And I frankly believe that time has come for us to embrace the statement that is said here and engage in doing the things that should be done. And and many schools are actually doing it. As a matter of fact, the 9 schools that are inside our program here, they're on a journey and they have started long time ago.
So tell us briefly what about this program, the 9 schools, and what programs those are.
All right. So around 2 years and 2 months ago, a couple of Jamaican individuals, myself, Dr. Brian Garrick, Joseph Green, or Pepper Green as everybody know him, Jocelyn Mosley, and the late J.C. Johnson. Johnson met, and one of my Milnerite colleagues, we met at a restaurant in Pembroke Pines. Brian has been saying that he wants to retire and just go to Jamaica and plant up a whole heap of fruit trees. In other words, building what is known as food forests. So we met there that day, and JC was online by the phone, and we said, "Weird. How do we start with this? Something like this, Brian? We can't just go to Jamaica and start put up fruit trees and in drums and car parks and what have you. People going to think that we're crazy." And JC says, "Why don't we target all of our high schools? Why
Dr.
don't
Scott,
we?"
we're not seeing, we are not seeing you, but we're hearing you. But keep going.
Yeah,
Keep going. You have to be
right. He
brief because
says,
we have a lot
yeah.
of
So he
ground to
says,
cover.
why? Yeah. So why not start at our different high schools? And so, as JSA graduates, we decided we'll start with the high schools that you have been showing, and from there we start planning and we start to engage other folks. And now we have a core of about 26 different people in Jamaica as well as overseas through the 8 alumni now promoting these school gardenings that have about 4 objectives, and we'll get into that later on. So that's where we are today.
So tell me, what for you? What's the importance of school farms, school agriculture program? What is the importance for you? Because this is not to transition all of these kids or even any of them, I'm not sure, into farming. What's the significance of it?
No, man. No. You see, a lot of people look at this thing that, oh, it's farming and it's agriculture. I would suggest that every student in every other high school participate in agriculture science, because agriculture is basically the first step in STEMs. Plant and life science is the STEM program. That's the beginning of the STEM program. And you can teach mathematics in the content area of agriculture, reading, writing, arithmetic, all of the scientific principles that are in it there. And for us who have reached the zenith of our career and lifestyle, we recognize that if agriculture were introduced that way in our high school, it would have been so easy for us when we transition into university in learning the basic science that was required of us in things like physiology, biochemistry, organic chemistry, and stuff like that. So a lot of people look at agriculture, but I don't think they understand what is involved in agriculture. And for me, this is where I am today. Uh, no matter where I go or what I'm involved in, I engage youngsters and other folks to get involved in agriculture because you learn so much. This weekend, I had my 2 grandchildren doing gardening with me twice, and they called even today and say, "Grandpa, let's go and do some gardening." And I'm going to be planting some seeds for them, which we are going to
All
keep
right.
indoor. Go ahead.
All right, Dr. Scott, really appreciate it. I want to take us all to Dint Hill, a
Yes,
school with a long tradition in agriculture.
yes,
Agriculture Department head, Mr. Overton
yes,
Grant is here, and
yes.
he's going to tell us a little about what they're doing. After that, we'll be joined by one of the school's alumni. But really, here's a little bit about what Mr. Grant does for us to see, and then we're going to have Mr. Grant tell us a little bit about of the activities at Dintil Farm.
Congratulations. Congratulations, Mr. Grant. Mr. Grant is one of the energetic partner of this project.
Go ahead, Joshua.
All right, so over here now we have 4 houses. This is where we do the commercial aspect, where we grow chickens for CB. Yeah, so we are one of the contract growers. We have a 12,000 square foot capacity. Can grow 12,000 birds. So we have some in there now at 4 weeks old. Inside the houses here. So we're going up house. So we have the feed bin, store the feed. Yes.
Nice. Excellent. Excellent.
Alright, so we have the native goat herd here.
Wow.
Give them a little run. We have 15 goats in this herd.
All right. Okay, just a little a slice of what goes on at Dentil there. He has huge piggery. He has crops selling out there, etc. Mr. Grant, tell us a little bit about your program and what you're trying to do or what you're doing at the school.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Well, at Dintil, we pride ourselves in saying that agriculture is the epicenter of the institution. And from day one, when all students enter the institution, they are orientated in that way to develop that passion for agriculture. But the real program starts at grade 9. Those students who are specializing in agriculture, it really starts at grade 9, right up to the Cape level. In that program, we have about 90 students in total, with about 60 to 70 of them sitting the external examinations. We do very well annually, where we maintain a 100% pass rate in both double award, single award, and at the Cape level. So from that now, we have that board, mainly boys, a few of them, right, to assist in the program there, to enhance, to help with the work load. Because we have 5 teachers and 5 farm hands. And we have a number of operations that we undergo.
Last there for a second, Mr. Grant.
Okay, yes. Right. So from that now, so from the daily on a daily basis, you can find students on the farm doing hands-on operation, from feeding animals, attending to their crops, and so on. And a large number of the students.
Mr. Grant, I noticed, Mr. Grant, that you have so much to tell us. But I noticed when you were on the video, you had said that you have a capacity, for example, of 12,000 chicken.
Oh Lord, yeah.
Mr. Grant? Mr. Grant, are you hearing? No, I'm not sure he's hearing us. But we're going to come back there. So Mr. Scott. Dr. Scott?
Yes, sir. I'm here. Yes, I'm here. Are you hearing me? Hello?
Go ahead, please. Go ahead.
Yeah, well,
Mr. Grant, you're hearing us?
That is the sort of stuff that energizes us. And I just want to say here, I'm going to give a plug. The Dintil Alumni Association, both from the local area, folks like Mr. Joseph Small, overseas folks like Miss Jennifer Thompson, Dintil graduate, and Miss Beverly Ennis. They are working so hard to make sure that Mr. Grant's job can be a little bit easier in terms of some of the resources. And we are proud of that kind of nexus. And all the 9 schools that are in that project, the alumni, both from both local and overseas, are working to make sure that all schools cannot be like Dentil, because they don't have the size and the capacity. But like Arden, Happy Grove, Fern Court, York Castle, Merle Grove, Abernat, Gilmore, St. Catherine, I mentioned York Castle, Jose Marti. And Jose Marti. And listen, Jose Marti has a program. I would suggest you guys tour that school. I mean, our volunteer national coordinator send us some pictures. When we invited them to be a part of the project, we did not know that they would pick up the ball and run so fast. They along with Dintil are miles ahead, along with many of the schools. However, as you know,
Dr. Scott.
Yes.
Dr. Scott, I'm going to go back to Mr. Grant, but I wanted to ask you this now.
Yes.
I want to ask you this, Dr. Scott.
Yes.
The people are providing some amount of money, various amounts of money. I don't know the details of the
Yes.
amounts. You could tell us what you want to. But who says that this will not fall apart next year or the year after?
Cannot.
Basically,
Cannot.
because there's no structure right now.
No. It cannot. And you need a little bit of information to know that there is structure. When we went into this process, the screening that was done and the soft and hard infrastructure that were already there at these schools, it was just a matter of getting something targeted and planned to be in place. They were all doing chickens, they were all doing vegetables, some were doing greenhouses, 25 students starting at the same level they are. What we thought, and what we continue to do is to get the alumni, both locally and overseas, to look at the critical needs for these schools and then try to buttress these. And I want to tell you, initially when this project started out, we thought we were going to get funding to the tune of about 22 million Jamaican dollars to spread among the phase one school. All of that, we wrote one of the best documents. It fell to naught. We came back and we sat on the drawing board and we challenged every alumni to raise $1.5 million in 4 months and ask the school to send the priority areas that they could spend. Now, that may sound small, but we are using that as a seed to launch, and you would be amazed to see what the schools in Jamaica have been doing with the little bit that they have and what the alumni, and Mr. Grant can speak to that, Joseph can speak to that, Jennifer can speak to that.
So this is not just a women of fancy, Mr. Scott, Dr. Scott.
No, man, this is not a women of fancy. No,
All right, let me go back to Mr. Grant, and thank you for that. Thank you for explaining that. So, Mr. Grant, I was asking you, you mentioned a capacity of 12,000 birds, for example. I don't know what the capacity is for your goats and so. How far are you from your capacity at Dinton? And I gather that you had lost land and all of that, but you go ahead.
Yes, in terms of that, the chickens there, we are basically at capacity. We grow those chickens on a contractual basis with CB. So we have maxed out that. But what we are looking forward to now is to expand to a tunnel house, a solid style tunnel house system. That's what we have in the proposal.
Sorry, and I gather you also sell eggs commercially. You do commercially for
Yes. We supply a couple of the hotels on the North Coast and a supermarket in Linsdale, as well as the community with eggs, table eggs.
Oh. So what's the next project now?
The next project that we are undertaking is the greenhouse rehabilitation. Because we have 2 greenhouses. They were both damaged from Beryl, and Melissa finished it off. Yes, Melissa finished it off now. So we have one that we have refurbished through the Florida chapter, and then another one that we hope in the future will generate income from this one to renovate that one to a state-of-the-art greenhouse.
Lovely.
Yeah.
What are the challenges you face?
The challenges.
Finish off with you here. What are the challenges you
face? Well, one of them, what I can say is offhand is labor. We have 5 farm hands,
not
but
hearing you so well. I don't know why they.
Not here. The signal is fluctuating a lot. Yes, labor challenges from time to time. Outside of the student population, sometimes we have labor challenges.
What do you mean by that?
Well, in terms of to get farm hands to assist, to complement the student population, because the students they are on yes, they have a syllabus to follow, a course outline, and sometimes we need assistance with the operations, and so that's one of the challenges we face. Resources is somewhat limited in the school, but I can say I have the support of the administration, so whatever we can, and the past student associations come in.
And the final thing I want to ask you, I don't know if anybody else wants to ask you before you leave us.
Yeah.
How do the students themselves look at farming? Because it's one thing to be involved in doing it as a subject,
yes,
in helping the school farm and doing. How do they look at farming agriculture
Well, you see,
as a
we are from a
career, as a
farming
community?
community. Many of the students are from the farming community in the Linstead environs. So I really don't have much of a challenge in motivating them. Some of them come ready and eager. Many of them want to pursue careers in agriculture, right? So sometimes we have an overflow of students gravitating towards the agriculture. And surprisingly, mostly females now, because in the class we have around 80% of the population that specialize in are females.
Lovely.
And a lot of them
You
matriculate
suffer
to
from
Kate.
credit lastly. You suffer from credit
No,
lastly there, Mr. Grant.
not in recent times, not necessarily the last 5 6 years, because we have installed
Great.
security cameras. Yes, and the community around us they really support. So some of the workers are from that area, and they look out if an animal strays. In no time, you see that they're driving it back to the farm, and so we don't really
Wonderful.
suffer credit larceny so much.
Lovely.
Fantastic, man. Fantastic that we can say that seriously. Dr. Scott,
Yes,
a
sir.
lot to take away there. Dr.
Yes.
Scott, you did say that Dintel is well advanced and so forth. But Dr. Scott.
Yes, sir, I'm
how
here.
do you?
Go ahead.
Yes, you are in several schools now.
Yes.
Tell us now what is driving the work of your alumni association. What now is the promise that you see? What is driving it?
What you just saw in the last bit that Mr. Grant started out, that is what driving us, because every second Thursday, every fortnight we meet on a Thursday evening, and each alumni give the status of their project. So Mr. Grant would have relayed to his three Dintil representative what the status is and what they need, and then we would sit down now and look at how we could get the resources to help with refurbishing the greenhouse, and of course to look at the tunnel house and what is going to be a part and parcel of the joint fundraising effort that would be there and the connection with the students. But I want to pause here and tell you some very neat things are happening inside Jamaica that needs to be highlighted. For example, Westwood was and before the hurricane was one of the leading school in supplying eggs to the tourism industry as a school project. Ferncourt acquired the first 100 layers where eggs are being produced on a daily basis going to the canteen, and the target now is to produce at least 50 dozen eggs per week to be put into the pipeline to serve the school. Similarly with Happy Grove, Arden has a revolving poultry project, and just like Mr. Grant has perhaps one of the most dynamic agricultural teacher, Mr. Philip, that is there. They're refurbishing their slaughtering facility and doing stuff like that. They're putting in containerized vegetable. They have grown some vegetables. A city school dynamically will be done. So
yeah, because when you spoke about Arden, Mr. Scott, when you told me before the program, I said, well, Arden is in the middle of corporate area. It would only have asphalt farming.
No,
I'm surprised that it is doing so well.
As a matter of fact, Arden was known to be one of the leading agricultural program in Jamaica and the region for I think 2 years ago or last year ago, and then many people know it. Visit Calabar. Calabar has a project that is going very well. Almost all the high schools that are around with people who are looking at environmental science, agriculture, climate smart, STEM program. There are some elements of agriculture there, and we are just scratching the surface with 9. When last the Minister of Education visited with us, about a year or year and a half ago, before taking up the position of finance, it was shown
Minister
that
Williams.
Yes, it was shown that 2 of the main drivers that caused children to drop out of school was lack of food and transportation. And the alumni in South Florida, right across the 9 schools, decided that they're going to challenge their alumni group to get involved in building the food capacity, the breakfast program or the lunch program at the school, and then look at the entrepreneurial part of agriculture along with 4-H and the two agricultural associations that are connected to people who go to agriculture to develop the backbone of building a food system to support the clusters. And in the case of, I can speak for Ferncourt, after Melissa, one of the things that the skill did was to reach out to small farmers and provide some seeds for small farmers in the Golden Grove area to actually be planting. That's the kind of nexus in building out the community to link to the schools in building out agriculture. And rightly, as Mr. Grant says, the interest of the students right across the board is there when it comes to agriculture. Once you can demonstrate a consistency in doing a high-level program of building in science into the mix and informing them where they are going to go. Are you going to take this up as a business, or are you going to seek to matriculate to CASE or even overseas if a scholarship comes up? And those are some...
Mr. Scott, I've got to ask you. So your program has 9 schools at the moment.
Yes.
9 schools. What's the plan? Is that to increase that or to increase the amount to each school?
We have phase 2. We have a waiting list of about 3 other high schools, and as soon as other folks hearing about the program, they are ready to come on. So, for example, with Mr. Sylvester Christie, interest in promoting the Abernathy Gilmore School, that one came on, and in less than a month, they have ramped up their agricultural program and start something that I'm sorry I couldn't get the teacher onto the program. They have started out by promoting the vegetable, doing some fencing. Happy Grove has gone in and fencing out in the area so they can secure those areas. So
just for people who don't know about not Gallimore is in St. Anne,
Alexandria.
St. Anne, South St. Anne, and Happy Grove also is deeply rural area, right on the border there, out in Portland. St. Thomas. Yes, sir.
So
Sorry.
once we can demonstrate the results that Mr. Grant is talking about, and you'd be amazed to see where some of the schools are farming. Some of them farming basically on rockstone. So we're promoting containerized and terrace farming. So we're bringing in some of the agronomists that in the area in Jamaica to come and show these kids how you can do containerized farming, do terracing as the case might be. And it's not only just growing crops, you have honeybee, you have rabbit, you have hydroponics, you have nursery operations. So it's the school garden is an integrated cluster that is built out to support not only the school but the community.
Where are you going with the ministry now? The Ministry of Education, Ministry of Agriculture.
From the first time that this group the groups in Florida decided to do this kind of project, we have been receiving support from Ministry of Education, Ministry of Agriculture, and there are so many things in the works in doing stuff with us prior to the launching, which is coming up in September, and a group fundraising activity.
There's a lot of information you put there, Mr. Scott, but I'm going to come back to that. But I just want Winnie to see if she can have any of the comments. Winnie, I'm not sure you're seeing any of the comments.
Well, this one says Dintil factor non-verbal.
The school's motto.
Yes. And Twin Mom says that's great that they are females. That's a response.
I think that was in response to Mr. Grant saying
right. And I am a farmer with lands. I am interested in getting information. So please make sure, Dr. Scott, that the
Yes.
information is available to
Yes.
those of
Yes.
us with the
Yes.
land.
Yeah.
Okay. We're coming back to you, Mr. Grant, but I just went back to Dr. Scott to ask him that question. Dr.
Yes.
Scott, how do you deal with it? How do you get the thing formalized? You say it's a structure. How do you
Yes.
get it formalized with the Ministry of Education and Ministry of Agriculture?
We're working through that process now, and initially, what we did more were to ask the ministry, both ministries, about the guidelines, and the feedback. The feedback we got from the Ministry of Education is that they have school gardening in 26 primary schools, and they would like to see primary schools being added to the program we're doing. The feedback we got from the ministry is that this is a priority area and they will be supporting us. And we haven't made an ask to any of the ministry for resources except to permit that some of the things we'll be sending down, like generators, greenhouse, nursery material, and stuff like that. They provide some of the duty waiver, and they have a program in the ministry and in the current government where we can ship stuff for the program into the schools, where they'll be able to get relief on it. As a matter of fact, just a few hours ago, the Happy Grove project, which the main phase they started out with fencing, they are in the process of petitioning, which they feel they can get based on what the teacher said to me, of relief on the GCT to be able to purchase the fencing material. Those are some of the hard and soft support that we are looking for as we put together the little pennies and cents, as the case might be, to support each school. And I can tell you, the alumni from overseas here, they are gung-ho in supporting their schools, not only in agriculture. As a matter of fact, some schools have projects in sports, in health, in academics, and in agriculture.
All right,
Those
I
are
want
the
to go back to
three.
Mr. I want to go back to Mr. Grant. Dr. Scott, I should have mentioned that you operate between. Well, most of the times you are aware. I know you do some international consultancies, and you are operating a lot in the U.S. Those are the people you are bringing in. Do you have any intention? Well, let me go to Mr. Grant and then I come back to you because I've left more of the conversation. Mr. Grant, is your and we're going to bring in Grace McLean shortly, Mr. Grant. But Mr. Grant,
Yes.
your program, does it have a business component to it?
Yeah.
And here's what I mean by that. You mentioned that you do layers, you do eggs for the commercial sector in Lincoln and so on, and you do boiler meat for CB. But I wanted to find out how important is that aspect of things, the commercial part to your operations.
Yes, man, that's a very important aspect because one of the aspects that we have for the broiler production, we have about 1,500 broiler bird capacity house that the students on the dorm usually manage that house to generate income. So we grow those chickens and we generate income from that for the program where the boys board on the dorm. So that's another aspect. We have the greenhouse aspect and the open field farm where we also generate income in addition to the usual eggs and so. So it is more, I will say 50-50. 50 tutorial and 50% income generating.
And the agricultural program that you have with that they do to CSEC levels and so forth. What's the interest levels in that? I think you said
yeah, man. No issues there. It's 2 classes specializing in agriculture. Normally, everyone would participate in the external exams, and we maintain 100% pass rate.
Wow.
Yes.
Brilliant. All right, Winnie, you have a comment, question there? Somebody else pose it, Mr. Grant or Mr. Scott?
Yes, yes, Mr. Grant, I am silviculture. I visited Rado in December for help and asked for other crops, and they said they had no plants to assist me.
Oh.
That's a complaint.
Okay.
That's a complaint.
Yeah.
Dr. Scott,
We have.
go ahead, Mr. Grant, and then Dr. Scott.
Yeah, we produce our own plants. We have our green our nursery, our propagator, the shade house, and from time to time we distribute to the community and other schools, and sometimes we also sell seedlings. Yeah, that's the area there.
Yes.
Okay. Uh-huh. Dr. Scott, I see in the group that I mentioned earlier, offer some questions about seeds and planting material and so forth. What can you tell us about the availability in Jamaica now, especially after the hurricane?
I am going to pick up from where Mr. Grant said. Most of the schools, we are encouraging them to have their little nursery to grow out some of the seedlings. And prior to that, we had identified the nursery. But of course, with the passing of Mr. Johnson, that's where we got bogged down. But however, the volunteer national coordinator had been able to help with identifying where seed stocks, especially for the person talking about civil culture. Civil culture. Just ask that person to drop their name to Mr. Franklin. He pass it on to me, and I'll put it over to the national coordinator, who seems to be very good in promoting those plans. However,
what is silviculture?
That is where you grow, you use forestry resources as well as horticultural resources to grow out something like food forests, and at the same time you can encourage it. You can promote running animals through there for undercutting and stuff like that. It's one of the when you do a Google Auburn University, and you will see some of the models that they have used in silviculture from time to time. It's one of the most sustainable practice for that kind of operation. But you have to be careful with things like goats.
So, Dr. Scott, as far as you see it now, you are staying with the 9 schools for the moment. You're increasing the assistance to them. Is that the understanding? Or that other schools can contact you?
If the one caveat we have, is that if you want your school to get into the program, you have to energize your local alumni and your overseas alumni to be engaged, because with soft funding being at the crossroad with a number of agencies now, your alumni has to work in what we call group fundraising activities to be able to generate support for your school. So there isn't a slush fund there or a project funding available that a check will be written to you immediately for you to get on board. You'll have to seed the project, and that's where the challenge to each alumni came. And they've really stepped up in terms of supporting their program. So the new ones
and the focus on high schools is because it's high schools that have alumni association in the US.
We have some primary schools too, but high school in South Florida is mainly high schools. And the reason why we chose high school is that one of the objectives of this project is to build students for career path as well as getting into their business. So we want this project to lay the foundation as a feeder to Case and other universities where students can be in agriculture. And at the same time, if you graduate and want to start a business, you can look to participate in some of the programs where you can own your farm, get some land. Well, here's one person said they have some land. I'll find out how close that person is to the school. Because ultimately, what Jamaica needs to promote, is a concept that the US is very good in doing. It's called communiversities, where communities are linked to their local colleges and universities, and training in various aspects goes down to where you can have folks from the community participating, learning by doing, and engage in production. And that's where, as I said, even if you're an urban school that just have rooftop. Get involved, because I'm sure you have people in the community that wants to do something on the rooftop and maybe involving.
All right. Okay. Well, we're gonna push on because we have Miss Grace McLean now, and I think we have Pepe Green as well. I think so. But Miss McLean, are you there? Are you hearing us? Not sure you're hearing us.
I'm hearing you, but I'm not.
But we're not seeing you.
Yeah, I don't know why though.
All right, but go ahead. Tell us a little bit about what was driving you personally as a graduate at Dental. What was driving you?
All right, so this.
All right, so thank you very much, Mr. McKnight, for having me on. But what has I've been driven by a number of factors. I attended Dental Technical High School. I graduated in 1982. Also, at Dental, from first form, all students had to do agriculture. You had to be exposed to agriculture up to second form. And then after that, you would specialize, right? And so I specialized in agriculture. And I did so because I'd wanted to do the sciences. And then eventually, in being exposed to agriculture and seeing agriculture as a business, because at Dental at that time, agriculture at the school, agriculture was a business for us. You know, we had we have a slaughterhouse, which I think is still there. We had cold storage. So, you know, and so there was vibrancy, and the school was self-reliant. So whatever was grown on the farm was served at lunch, right? And the footballers, the athletes, they ate from the farm. So, you know, when I left Dental, my plan was to see how I can help the development of agriculture at the school. And my year group, a group of us who are specialized in agriculture, have decided that we would have regular meetings and we'll touch base with Mr. Grant to find out what are the plans for the future, what is happening now, and how we can help. So we had donated tools to the farms, hand tools to the farms. We also donated seeds to the farm last year, vegetable seeds, and you know, the school planted them and they reaped the vegetables. And we're looking towards the future. My concern.
So you are the local alumni and you have an overseas alumni.
No, so we have so we have the Past Students Association of Jamaica, and then you have different year groups.
Yes.
And so my year group is the class of 1982. And as I said, a group of us from that year group who specialized in agriculture at Dental, we're passionate about the development or redevelopment of Dental as an agriculture with a strong agricultural base. And so we are looking at how we can expand agriculture. For example, the chicken house that you heard Mr. Grant spoke about, it needs to be renovated. We need to have modernized facilities. And it's gonna cost a lot of money to do that. And no amount of fundraising alone by alumni association is gonna give you that kind of funding. I think Mr. Grant had said it's over $20 million Jamaican to renovate, you know, or to create the new standard of chicken house that we would want to have at Dental, right? And when you look at the dairy aspect, the Past Students Association of Jamaica a few years ago, you know, redeveloped the dairy farm at Dental. And Mr. Grant will tell you that that's doing well right now, right? So, but there are ways to.
So, Dr. Scott, before I bring in Pepe, old farmer Pepe Joseph Reed, tell me, Mr. Scott, with all of the fundraising and all of that stuff, there's a need for government to put some serious money into the school program if we're going to make a difference.
But I think I think Minister Green has said that in this coded statement there a while ago. I mean, one would have
It didn't talk
expected.
about the money, but that's all right.
Yeah,
That's all
but
right.
I mean, you can't talk about the money till you lay out a plan, you know. So what we
Okay.
need to do, everybody that is on this program here and all the alumni, we need to do a comprehensive plan. Don't have to be as Pepe will tell you. We don't go into sterile plans and what have you. We go into things that are pragmatic. All we have to do is come up
Okay.
with a pragmatic plan and make some requests and say this is this. But you cannot come to the table with just your teeth and napkin. You have to come with a plate. So we are coming with a little plate, if it is even the dessert, and
All
ask the
right.
government to do
I
something.
like that analogy. So let's say welcome old farmer Joseph.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome, sir. Thank you for being with us. How did you? Why did you get involved with this program of providing funding for Jamaican, particularly Jamaican high schools?
Well, I suppose, well, first of all, thank you for the invite and greetings to the other panelists, so to speak.
Greetings.
Hi, Scotty, how you doing? Hi, Winnie.
Good.
Yeah, so about 2-3 years ago, Scotty and I and some other, Jamaica School of Agriculture, University of the West Indies graduates, and who are engaged in agriculture. And we are present primarily in Florida, but we are not exclusive to Florida. So the thought was to start a microventure philanthropy project. And basically what we wanted to do was, we are getting on in age and stuff like that. And kids are still a little reluctant to get in agriculture. And as I said, most of us are already engaged, have been agriculturists, and have really been able to see a way forward. So we said that, let us look and see how we can do something to encourage the current crop of students in agriculture, and at the same time, be able to give them a hand up, so to speak, to really realize and understand that agriculture is just not digging holes and stuff like that. It is a noble profession, and we wanted to do that. So we all got together and put together.
But Joe, it takes money. It takes serious money to build the type of agriculture that students working it can look and see that this is a business thing. This is not a little business.
You have to start from someplace. And this is where we come in terms of the alumni coming together to see what funds we can. It is not intended to be a takeover of the agricultural thing. It's really a hand up for these high schools that are already engaged in agriculture and just need some extra guidance and direction and some funding to really push their project forward. So that is where we come in, and our particular alumni has been quite active in really stepping up and seeing the need to help these students realize that agriculture is, in fact, a noble profession.
And how does the future look in terms of the organizations assisting the schools?
We are looking fantastic. Everyone is enthused, and the willingness is there to be participating in it. And as Scotty pointed out, on bi-monthly we have a meeting, and getting the input from these other institutions, it is really, really encouraging, Mr. Frank. It's really, really encouraging. So that is one of the motivating factors and motivating things that we are using to really fuel us in seeing to it that this thing come to fruition.
One of the good news stories from the diaspora about Jamaica. Ms. McLean, you're on the ground here still. What is the local group doing now? Your local alumni association?
In terms of in Jamaica here, well, the Past Students Association, as I said, they are actively involved in the development of agriculture at Dintil. And we have different year groups who are also playing their part locally. And as was mentioned by Mr. Grant, the Florida chapter has helped in the renovation of the greenhouse, and right now they'll be having their annual ball in March, and the fundraising from that will go to renovate the other greenhouse which was damaged by Hurricane Melissa. And it's a global effort. So we are all supporting that endeavor in Florida, where past students from Jamaica who live in Jamaica, will be going to the ball to give support in terms of fundraising. But I want to quickly say, though, that one of the biggest concerns I do have, and I realize that is not being addressed so much locally, is when students leave schools after being exposed to agriculture. How many of them continue in seeing agriculture as a lucrative career and as a business? And based on research that was done by the World Bank, right, a lot of farmers are in poverty. And so you can understand too why some persons are even reluctant, or young people, in going into agriculture, because you kind of need the technical support and the financial support. And I'm glad to discover that the World Bank is actually introducing a program right now to help countries globally in developing agriculture worldwide because of food security. And the World Bank study showed that 1.2 billion young people will reach working age in the next decade, right? And they're saying that 30% more, we need 30% more in food production by 2050. And so agriculture need to be transformed to drive the opportunity to create and ensure that the world can feed itself, right?
And Ms. McLean keeps coming to our area of financial advisor. I can see it underlining everything that you said there.
Yes, because the money part of it is important.
Very important. But we're going to be closing off now with Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott, I wanted to ask you, I have to ask you this. That aspect that Ms. McLean raised, so many farmers in poverty, are the transition from doing nice at school, doing everything the school has that structure, and then going into farming. It's not necessarily contiguous, not necessarily following. What's your word on that, Mr. Scott, as to end this part of the program?
You know, as I journey through the hallways with some of the guys who are involved in the World Bank and what have you, we seem to take it another way, and see the glass as half full. For those, we're not saying that there isn't poverty in agriculture with some of the farmers, but when you look at doing financial literacy work over the globe, you'll recognize something about farmers and agriculture. They are asset rich and cash poor because they fail to understand financial literacy. So for me, I frankly would read that.
Yes, that's the end of today's show. And a good note to end our show, agriculture in schools. Yes, that's a very important item. Thanks to all my listeners and viewers. Thanks to my technical operator, Kevin. As usual, we urge you to take it easy on our roads. Too many fatalities. And remember to keep safe. The gunmen are still around. So until Wednesday, this is Rebel Radio, and I am Desmond Richards.
It's the everybody's sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagley Park Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, hardware, and supplies is turning up the heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring, and more. At Tools, hardware, and supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.